Where do I look? Okay, no big deal. Hello. Welcome to the inaugural episode, technically, of Pen and Sword, an extremely professional Dungeons and Dragons actual play show. Yes, boom, got it. I am your host. I am the host and also the dungeon master. Hi, I'm Ruby. I run this thing and I run these folks through the gamut, through their adventures. How exciting. How exciting. So, just a couple things that I wanted to cover kind of at the top of things before we start, and then we start our adventure. How exciting. Just going to cover a couple of couple things, couple baselines, give a couple credits where they're due, let everybody say hello and introduce themselves, and then start playing. Wow, how exciting. So, first things first, this show will be live streamed and put up. Like a VOD will be put up, but we pre-record the show. We're all adults with lives who do things and are busy often. So we decided very early on we are pre-recording the show because a live stream would just not be possible. That just would not happen. It'd be a complete mess. So this is for the best, which is fine. We record these ahead of time, have a little bit of a backlog just to account for people's schedules and stuff. So, we if our kind of live reaction on the show will be a little bit behind, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not like that's a huge component or anything. Two, just some quick accreditization. I don't know the word. That's fine. For starters, our logo, our overlay, and the various overlays that will be in and out that you will see, all of those are done in-house by. I shouldn't have led with this because I want by one of our players, cast members, who I'm not going to name because they have to introduce themselves. So I will wait, but I will say this a second time in a few minutes because, yes, okay. But they're all done in-house and they're super great and they're super pretty and they're amazing and they're great and they're awesome. So, yay, good for them. Two, the character art specifically, that can be I'm reading the word on the screen right now. Accredited. Two, an artist we commissioned for the task. Her name's Jess. She goes by @SuperSappho. Her credit will be on the screen under the little scrolling little character art and stats panel that you'll see. They did a wonderful job with all of it. I think it was very exciting to see it all for the first time. It's very fun to have. It's very great. We love it. How exciting! Good. That was quick. That was easy. Look at that. We're just going. Next, before introduction, still not there yet. Just a couple of, I guess, sort of housekeeping things that I wanted to cover and make sure we're a known quantity going in. So this is what I've decided to name campaign 0 because it's kind of sort of the way I've conceptualized it in my mind is I don't want to call it calling it a prequel campaign feels very bold because it just leads with the assumption that we will do several more, but that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm leading with that assumption right now. So this is a higher level campaign. We're starting at 11th level, and this group in one way or another has been together for over 2.5 years at this point in real time. Those aren't 2.5 years straight of weekly sessions. There are periods where we don't play and kind of every so often we miss or skip or postpone sessions, but 2.5 years real time. The earliest of us who have been here have been together. And it's naturally, as a result, there's a lot of background and a lot of levels leading up to this that are not seen. This isn't a full 1 to whatever level campaign because we're starting kind of halfway through, so to speak. So that in mind, I kind of positioned it in that way, especially because high level play tends to have quite a significant effect on the setting in the end. You're fighting big high level baddies and end of the world sort of stakes. So that's just kind of the narrative framing I took to it, particularly because the kind of last uh, note that I want to make is that we are playing in a in an established setting. We are running this game in Exandria, of Critical Role fame, of course, and that carries with it certain, I think, expectations. The appeal to me and using pre-existing settings pretty simple. You have a lot of stuff to pull from to one, save me a lot of work, and also just to steal and to inspire my own kind of ideas for narrative threads and all that stuff. So um, but knowing that it has that existing kind of lore behind it, um, I imagine that sets sort of expectations for what you will see. But ultimately, like with any D&D game at any table, this is our version of this setting. Things will be different. Things will change. I will change some things on purpose. I will change some things because I don't know them or don't remember them. I am very sorry if your favorite Critical Role NPC is played completely differently than they are in the show, because I might forget what they sound like or not know. It'll just happen. But generally, the intent is to stick to sort of that canon as closely as I can, because that's kind of the whole appeal of using it. But there will be mistakes, there will be intentional changes, that sort of thing. But to circle it back around and put a pin in it, we might significantly alter the setting quite a bit with this sort of high level end of the world type play if it comes to that, because that's what tends to happen to high level adventuring parties. So in the interest of showing where the weird crazy stuff that might be different about Exandria in another campaign, you can see where those changes came from in this, if they happen. That's all. That's simple. So that's it. We did it. All the housekeeping is done. Now everyone's grimacing at me as they prepare to be introduced, which is exactly right. I personally love making my players grimace because it means they know something is coming. Usually exciting. In this case, very exciting because everybody gets to say hello for the first time. Yay. Okay. Starting at the very top. Okay. I've done this now 2 other times, so I am an expert at this.
Secret's
AJ,
out.
you are first. Yes, the secret's out. It's
Yes.
true. Yes.
It's not a grimace, it's a smirk.
There you go. Yeah.
Because you know it's coming. Hey everybody, Addy J or AJ, he him pronouns. I'm playing Rick Cotta, also he him pronouns. Rick is an old, very, very old Goliath man, has seen lots and lots of stuff. He has a sort of a general feel of like a retired homicide detective who's been pulled back in for like one last gig, right? One last cold case. And he's like, um, it reminds me a lot of the Murdoch, Roger Murdoch from Lethal Weapon, that kind of idea, right? I'm 2 days away from retirement. He's very much got that feel for the most part, and every once in a while you'll get like crazy grandpa too. So that's a lot of what
Very
you have
crazy
to look
grandpa.
forward to.
Yeah, that's the best part, personally. See, chaos grandpa, I think, is probably very succinct.
Oh, chaos
That's
is a big word. That's heavily weighted. I don't.
Is it okay? We'll go with crazy grandpa. You can decide if chaos grandpa is accurate. It is. You'll see. You'll see. I'm sure. Next. Now I get to say it. Gwen, who did all the stuff, all of the logo and the overlay and everything. Everybody clap. Yay. Put her on the spot. Hooray. Yay. Good. You're next. Please introduce yourself. Please. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. I'm Gwen. I use she, her pronouns. And my character is Celiana Sharp, also sometimes called Seal. She's she, her pronouns as well. She's a Shader Kai barbarian, Path of the Storm Herald, and she is very, like, young in spirit and young for an elf. And she is kind of out in the world, experiencing adventure for the first time, and doing what she can with it. She's very excited about it all, but she truly does not know what she's doing. And yeah, she is with this group because she cares about her family, and that's all I'll say.
That's so sweet. She cares about her family. That's nice. I would love to kill them for character development, but I won't. Scout's honor. I won't do
Spoilers.
that. Yeah, exactly. Spoilers.
I don't
Wow.
believe
You see, the good thing is that now they can't die because then that is a spoiler. So I can't do that. So they're totally safe. You're good. Next, hello, Mac. It's your turn.
Hi, my name is Mac. I use they them pronouns, and then I'm playing Nimra, or also known as Archivist Nimra, also uses they them pronouns. They are a gender. They are a wizard of the transmutation and of conjuration. Jesus.
They're very confusing. It's okay. It happens. There's so many of those schools.
Yes. Little conjuration wizard. Their life's goal is to go to hell, literally, and to study fiends. They are a cobalt soul researcher, so they went on many little trips with the soul. They have a lot of background knowledge into this current research, and they just really, really, really want to know as much as they physically can about fiends, and they don't care how they get that information.
Which is good for reasons we will all see at some point. Yes. Okay, good. Next, Taka, your turn.
Hi, that's me. I'm Taka. Taka or Cat or Taka Cat is a palindrome, and that's perfectly fine. I use she, her pronouns, and I am playing Huxley Rose, who uses he, him pronouns. He is a fire genasi of humble origins, a field inventor who ran a very humble upstart business that also did not go very well. He kind of stumbled upon a pact with a hellish entity while in the search for his missing wife, and has been on an adventure he is incredibly unprepared for ever since then. Um, he's really just kind of a normal dude that has no business being an adventurer and is doing his gosh darn best anyway. He's full of caffeine and sugar and fueled by adrenaline and anxiety most of the time. But he's just kind of a squirrely, excitable guy, trying to do his absolute best and try not to die because this is a lot for a guy from a small town.
And he's been successful at it so far. I was so stressed about when you were gonna finish because I've been trying to get a hair off my tongue for like that entire time, and I was like freaking out. It's still there. Okay, I got it. All right, next, Riza, your turn.
Hi, I'm Riza. My pronouns are they, them. And I am playing Mal Vankrum, whose pronouns are they, she. Mal is a tiefling rogue cleric. They are tall and pretty muscular with lavender skin, and they usually keep their hair plaited up out of the way. Mal is no longer quite a greenhorn adventurer. They've got some experience under their belt, but they're still pretty young, pretty idealistic, very loyal to their adventuring party and their loved ones. Very headstrong and a little bit of a shit stirrer. um, so definitely learning a lot about the way the world works, and becoming a little bit more powerful now on this adventure, but still kind of figuring out how to be an adult.
And then, of course, my turn. Hello, my name's Ruby. I go by she, her pronouns, and I play everyone else. So they all go by a lot of different pronouns, really. But I guess if I have to pick one, I should probably mention the one that's being dragged along with everyone. I also, of course, have a little DMPC tucked in here, okay? And her name's Melancholy. She's a tiefling, a pretty little pink tiefling with pretty little curled horns that are also a little pink, and they go a little white, and ridiculously loud plaid clothing that is too revealing for someone getting into fights, and a rapier she barely knows how to use, and jewelry and rings and a choker, and she's just kitted the fuck out, and her tail ends in a specifically like it's like a rattlesnake's tail, but specifically it is King Ghidorah's little rattlesnake tail, like the kaiju. Which rocks because he's the biggest hater that ever existed. So I put a little bit of that in there. She goes by she, her also, and she's a bard of the College of Tragedy. What does that mean? Question mark. That means come ask me backstory questions. That's why she's that subclass. But she's very fun to play, as is every other character that I play, including the ones who obviously don't have names, and everyone stares at me and asks me their name and then laughs while my keyboard clacks as I desperately look up a name generator, Even those NPCs are treasured in my heart.
Pull back the curtain, why don't you?
I listen, I'm an open book. I'm nothing if not honest. I will tell you everything that happens. Not really. I'm just kidding. But that's it. We did it. Everybody's here. Everything's been set up. I'm sure once I hit the stop recording button, I will remember things I forgot. But now it's too late. Now you don't get to know those things. You just get to enjoy our adventures. We did it. Yay. Good for us. Okay.
Welcome,
so yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. that's an important word to have in there. Welcome to Pen and Sword. Please, hopefully, enjoy the what is really an equally chaotic but very professional Dungeons and Dragons actual play show. I pressed
there we go.
buttons.
Yeah, because I watch it. I watch the the ups and downs.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the forehead episode of Pen and Sword. We definitely did not mess anything up prior to this.
I pressed the button and it kicked everybody out. I thought it was recording. It's fine. Welcome. Hello. Welcome to Pen and Sword, a very professional and well-oiled D&D actual play show. We're back. We're back and recording this time. It's okay. Don't worry. It was only like 5 minutes. It wasn't actually. I pressed it. It's fine. We're fine. We're back.
Hey, there's a little red dot on the top of my screen. Is that
Shut up. Shut up. Don't do that. Don't do this to me. Stop. I'm sick. But I'm good. I'm cooking. And we're here. We're back. Last we were together, our troop, our still unnamed party, arrived in Iman, the city of fellowship, to begin their journey, the first step on this journey that they're on together, to find this skeleton key that they were promised by Anzu, their Kenku patron, so to speak, that's assisting them in this whole endeavor. He had made a deal with with one of the members of the Council of Taldore, Arcanist Allura Visoren, and they had made some deal, and the payout was she would provide you the skeleton key. You arrived in Amman, met with her, and she was like, "Oh, man, you just missed it. Some fucking guy broke out of prison and he stole it. Wouldn't you know? A remnant cultist, Hammond Craith, had escaped the Black Bastille in Amman, raided a magic item vault, and absconded with the key before you arrived and before it could be given to you. So you took it upon yourselves to track him down. After forcefully recruiting someone who isn't even really sure why they're there, and scouting the city, investigating the prison itself, looking for rumors of this invisible monster that helped Craith escape, And tracking through what seemed to be his escape route in the tunnels and figuring some stuff out, you determined his last known or his possible location to be a now defunct, no longer in use scavenger hideout on an unmarked island just off the coast of the city. So you went down to the port, and with Melancholy's help, your new recruit there, got a little ship, borrowed it, and sailed out to the island in question, arriving to find what seemed to be your suspicions confirmed, but not as you had hoped. You arrived to find a bloodbath, blood and viscera soaking every inch of this little abandoned outpost, and a man appearing with Kraith's body in tow, dumping it in front of you and revealing himself to be an ice devil, summoning several bearded devils to his side and making you an offer. Defeat him in battle, he'll skip the whole charade and take you straight to the hills since you seem so eager to go. If he defeats you in battle, well, you die, and that's less of a headache for him. You did beat him, but it turns out he can't really do much for you when he's dead. So he's dead. And, well, shrug, let's at least get the key. Go to check Kraith's body, find a couple things. A blood-soaked, ruined little notebook, an amulet of some kind, which Nimra failed to ascertain the meaning of its symbol, and a key, which you have yet to confirm, but you suspect to be the skeleton key in question. When you plucked the key, you found something pulling back on it, and which then revealed itself to be a devil. No, not just in human disguise, but in full, coming out of invisibility as a red-skinned, long-horned, long-tailed, large-winged devil in full. He asked for the key. You said no. He said please. You said no. He said okay. He released it as a show of good faith. Attempted to take it again when Nimra went to put it in a bag. Failed. Said touche, and then instead offered to meet with you at a later date before bamfing out, disappearing, and leaving you to your devices still on the little island. Oh, and I forgot to mention the Adranok that you also fought, which proved to be the hardest adversary out of all of them, which was no longer under the control of Hammond Kraith, but now under the control of the devil, although it seemed to continue to be hostile even when the devil was eliminated. As to why, you're not sure. But now you're here. Adranok defeated. Its mithril armor pieces lugged behind you. You have the key. You have the other little bits that you pulled off of Kraith. The devils are gone. The other devil offered to meet you later. What do you do?
Well, I am so incredibly excited to have an opportunity to speak with this devil man again. I imagine it will be quite diplomatic and not at all violent in any way. However, all of this Adranok stuff is very heavy, and I am getting very tired. So I am going to swim back to the boat. When you all are ready and finished with investigation, you'll come see me, yes?
Are you gonna swim back with the stuff? That seems kind of heavy.
Are you offering to take it?
I have noodle arms. I'm not good at that. I don't lift heavy things.
Well then, I will certainly do my best to swim back to boat with him, unless we can get boat onto land. But
I mean,
I do not think that is what boats do.
I think we left the boat, but did we leave the boat by the... I'm gonna go check if we left the boat by the dock. She'll limp over because she went out twice. She's not doing great right now. She limps. Melancholy limps back over to the. She got down twice.
Yeah.
Back to the dock. And he kind of turns around. Well, it's still here. It's like 20 feet that way, and not tied down.
I don't know how to tie down a boat. You left me in charge of the boat, and I'm the wrong person for that.
That's fair.
We did.
Can anyone get it?
Have more
really
pressing concerns rather than tying the boat down.
This is true.
I'll go get it.
Okay, thank God. I'm not I'm not doing that. She'll literally just plop down like a child on the floor, and then on her back.
I head over to dive into the surf and go haul it back.
Yeah, easy enough. It's not super far, and the water is pretty calm, so you can just kind of, there's like oars below deck that you can just kind of use to just nudge it just enough to pull it over and get everyone aboard. Rick, the pieces are extremely heavy, and you have to carry the helmet and then carry the 2 paw pauldrons.
Okay.
You can't carry all 3 of them at once. They're very heavy, but you can get them onto the ship, and we can all, assuming, unless there's anything else anybody wants to do on this little island, are we all piling it onto the ship?
I guess so. I'd probably do one more just sort of cursory look around the area before we leave to make sure there's nothing we missed. Any weird symbols or...
Okay, give me an investigation check. First roll!
Hey,
No big deal!
my friend Ray gave me some dice with chickens in them.
Ooh, chicken dice.
On the
Chicken dice.
You gotta put those on camera.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
You do.
come on,
Them.
show us
Show
the
'em
chicken
off.
dice.
Do what you can. Do what you can.
Oh,
Well, maybe. Can we see?
Yeah.
Well, oh, it's. I'll roll it again, but it was a 19. Once again.
No, you can keep it.
Again, it's
That's
Mel's
a
my
roll.
dice tray.
That's a roll.
Investigation. That's a 2026. Chicken
Okay.
dice. Thank you. Maybe I'll take a picture and I'll show y'all. It's hard to see.
So, yeah, as you all are loading these armor pieces into the ship and getting yourselves in, Huxley, you give a quick once-over again. And like before, you find several other bodies. They're all just, like, disgustingly mutilated. They're unidentifiable. Not even, like, the species the person was in life or anything. They're horribly messed up. But you ascertain by the piles of gore and their relative spread that there was maybe 6 other people here besides Kraith himself that were killed by the devils. And do you like look through the piles, or are you just looking for, like you said, symbols and stuff you can see at a glance without touching anything?
I think Huxley would be curious enough to look at least a little bit.
Okay.
He's
you'll-
squeamish but also curious.
Okay, then you rolled pretty well. So on all of them, on at least 2 of them, you find them somewhere near the body, so you can actually pick it up and look at it. The others, you'll, after noticing those 2, you're like, do these? And you notice they do buried in the gore somewhere. All of them have the same amulet that Kraith had, with the same symbol, which let me... That's what I knew. I forgot to have something open in one of my tabs. Hold on. The lore book is not open in one of my tabs. I believe it is... I don't want to say it from memory and get it wrong, so let me just edit it here real quick. The symbol is... it is a small, like, round pendant with a skull in its center, like the top half of a skull, with like kind of 5 points coming out, 2 from the top of the skull, 2 from the side, 1 from the bottom. You can make a religion check if you'd like to ascertain its nature.
Oh, these chicken dice. Thank
We
you,
good?
Ray, for the
They
chicken
good?
dice. That was
Chicken
pretty
dice are good.
That's a 22.
Yeah, that's
That is
very
pretty
easy.
good.
You recognize this immediately, and it makes sense. As the symbol of the Whispered One, which makes sense. These you also know this man was described as a remnant cultist, and the remnants were worshippers of the Whispered One.
Okay.
So this seems to be their cult symbol. You know, that's what identifies them to each other.
This
It's
whole
one of the
time-
most common symbols for him.
This whole time
Mhm.
I thought when you were saying remnant cultist, it was like one cultist that is left of a
Left
group
up. No.
that existed.
Yeah.
Just
No,
Oh,
yeah.
I thought
That's
you.
the name. That's the name of the cult. Is the remnants.
Got it.
Like,
okay.
I was like, there goes the rest of the cult. Like, there's no remnants left.
Yeah, remnants. We're like
Okay, cool.
remnants. What a loser. No, yeah, that's just what they're called.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. But that's all you're able to find.
Okay.
on
I
them,
won't take
really.
any more pendants since we
We've won.
Do you take one, or do you just leave the one that Nimra has?
I think we take crates.
Okay, yeah, that's
Right.
the one. Okay, that's the one Nimra got. Yeah,
We take crate stuff, but I won't take all of the gross, gory ones unless we need
Okay.
a collection of them.
got it. Okay, then yeah, you load up onto the ship as well. You pile in, and a bit more haggard than the first time, set it to sail and start making its way.
Actually,
Ooh, yes.
really quickly, as Nimra gets on the boat, Rick will approach them. Archivist, I noticed you are into the blood magic. This does not bother me, and I'm more than happy to provide it should you need it, but there is a lot over there if you need to restock before we leave. I do not know if you did this already.
Nimra pulls out of their bag of holding at least 2
Like-
vials that have freshly deceased human blood.
Okay.
While I appreciate your incentive to help, I'm afraid that the constraints are a little bit higher than I'd like you to provide, as I need fresh blood from a freshly ended source.
Oh, yeah, I don't plan on doing that anytime soon, so, Great, wonderful.
is-
Well, and Rick just, walks away, just a little uncomfortable. He just offered to kill himself.
Did the ones you get, do they expire? You have to use
Yes.
those soon? Oh.
I don't have to use them. It'll be a waste if not. But I don't
Right,
have
but
to.
that's yeah. How long until it's not fresh anymore?
And Nimra looks down into their notebook and they kind of leaf through in about a day's time, according to my notes. I haven't gotten to perform this spell successfully for obvious reasons.
And the person has to be dead? Like, we can't just, you
No,
know?
they have to be dead.
Okay. Alright, okay. Noted.
I don't foresee us having any willing volunteers anytime soon.
Well, yeah, if it's death, no. Like, I can get a little freaky with the knives if we need. But, not dead. That's a bit
Nimra puts
much.
a hand on Melancholy. Let's not continue this train of thought, and let's leave.
Okay. I was just putting it out there, but again, I wasn't offering to kill myself for it. I was okay. Understood. All right, point taken. Okay, she just kind of sits again, kind of gives up, and turns around, watching out
While
at the
we're-
sea.
While we're on that note, Nimra is going to go back into their bag of holding and pull out the amulet that was not previously in their hand. I couldn't discern where this was from. I found it on Hammond Crate's body.
Right. There were in the remains. I found more of those. I think the symbol of the Whispered One, which would make sense since we knew Kraith was a cultist of the Whispered One.
And then they also pull out, looking around them to see if anybody is watching. I had some trouble getting this, but Nimra pulls out the...
You say that and immediately he's turning around to look at what you're talking about.
Nimra pulls out the key. I had some trouble getting this.
That's the thing you guys wanted, right?
I'm not
I
sure.
barely remember. You wanted a key, right? Mission accomplished. She kind of puts her hands up from the floor. Come on, gang. Let's reel it in. 5s. Let me. No. No one's gonna. Is no one gonna give her a high five? She's laying down and she's like.
Nimra looks.
She's not looking, though.
Reached over.
There you go.
Yes.
I think
Sweet.
Rick's grip on his axe is tightened a little bit, and he acknowledges that Melancholy's got her hand up, and he goes to no look high five, and then realizes Mal already got there, and puts his hand down.
Oh no, high five for you too.
I'll take one. That's fine. I think that officially that kind of makes us a fucking crew, guys. Like, we just completed an objective. We beat a bad guy and got a treasure. That's like in every fucking book ever. That's awesome. That's rock solid. Good for us.
It's a step in the right direction, but we still have the issue of our new friend paying a visit to us sometime to be determined. Which could be while we're sleeping, it could be in the next couple of minutes, it could be in a couple days.
I cannot wait. I say the sooner the better.
No, I'd like to wait. I don't particularly fancy seeing him again.
I'd rather let that one lie. For a little while, at least.
Okay, so we are split.
Whatever bloodlust that you promise, I hope it's enacted on him. Just not soon. Don't fancy seeing him again soon. I like having the key in our possession.
Rick's grip on his axe tightens a little bit more. Now he's already got gray skin, but you can see his knuckles start to get white. Okay, fine. But I'm going to just keep this close by.
Melancholy's asleep, by the way. She's
boat?
Just out on the floor of the boat, yeah.
Oh, no. Nope.
Not gonna be great later.
Okay.
Who's piloting the ship?
I think I helmed it on the way over here, so
I think so.
yeah, I think Rick, now with one hand on his axe and one hand on the wheel.
Yeah.
All right, big man, give me a survival check.
Yeah. Yes, because on the way over here, we were trying to decide who was going to do it, and it was like, who has survival? Oh yeah, the two barbarians have survival.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Does it help that Nimra probably has at least started to jot down a map and has cartographer's tools?
Yeah, a little bit. You now have a very tiny map that goes maybe 3 inches further than the map of Amon on the table now. Out to the left.
Wait, I'm not looking at the map. That's 14.
14. Okay. Yeah. So you start making the trip back. It's not a super fast vessel, and you're all pretty tired, but it doesn't take you too long to get back. Considering the time you took to get out there and everything, by the time you get back to the city, it is just about late afternoon. As you bring the ship into port at the same dock you picked it up at.
How long roughly was that boat ride? Would we have had the time to treat it as a short rest?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. It's about an hour and change, so you definitely could have short rested if you wish to have done so. Please, by all means.
I love how that's done literally nothing for my character. No HP lost. Just need spell slots back.
It's for the best, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you arrive, Mel kind of shoots awake when the ship hits the little dock. She's like, "Are we here? Okay." All right, and she'll pull herself up. I have to kind of turn this in. I don't know if you guys want to go do your business with the key and Allura and all that. I would love to avoid going back to that place. So we need to talk still at some point. I have some questions. But we can do that at the Lamia when you guys are done, if you want. That's probably where I'm going to be anyway. I don't think it's going to take me more than 20 minutes to deal with this. But I don't want to keep you guys, so.
Sure, we can meet back there after we, I guess, finish our business with Aurora.
You got it, little man. And she's off. She's shorter than you, by the way. Just to make that clear immediately. She's gone.
Huxley just looks around to all the normal people in the area that he's probably... I think is she doing that on purpose? She's definitely doing that on purpose.
Yes.
It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
I believe you.
That's one of us. All right.
On the boat ride back, did we have any
Mhm.
discussion? Rick would not have brought it up, but did we have any discussion about what we're doing with the Adronauts stuff?
I think Huxley would be interested in like potentially getting it turned like if this is just pure mithril, like getting ingots to like because Rick is like a crafty smithy person, right? And Huxley likes
Sure.
to build stuff. So like we could get ourselves some cool ingots to like make it easier to carry around, or I guess if we just wanted to sell it, I guess we could sell it, but we should probably, I don't know if we need to like show it to Alora to be like, hey, yeah, it was an Adronaut for sure. This is what was on it. Look, evidence. We're gonna keep it.
Yeah. Hey, we took its armor. It's ours now. Yeah. The only reason I asked is
There's
because
something going on.
yeah, it's been described as too heavy for me to carry everything. So if we get to the docks and we plan to keep it, we have to find a place to stash it, or Rick has to take multiple trips back and forth to the Lamia.
Can we rent a cart in the docks?
In the port, absolutely. Yeah. It'll take you a couple minutes to walk down the port, find somebody handing them out. You can rent a cart for an hour for like a silver piece, or for the day for like 3 silver pieces.
Yeah, I'll rent it for the day for 3.
Okay. Now this is you said a cart. This is like a hand pulled cart.
Yeah.
If you want like horses or anything, it's gonna be more than that. But yeah, you can get that, and no big deal.
Great. All right.
Easy enough. Load it up, and now, assuming you've got the mithril pieces on the cart, you are all set. What is everyone's destination? Are we going together, etc., etc.? What's the plan now?
Sorry, I'm still a little foggy. What time of day did you say it was?
It is late afternoon, probably somewhere around 4:30.
Okay. Yeah, Rick has 0 direction, so it's all been loaded up into the cart. Kind of just looks at Huxley and Mal. Where are we going? Because if it's up to me, I'm going to take an afternoon nap.
We should probably go see Alora. I imagine she's still there, but do we want to just send a couple of people to do that, or do we want to wait until we're all rested and presentable?
I think we should get it out of the way before something horrific happens. Not that I'm trying to will that into the universe, but I have a feeling that circumstances can change very quickly if we're not careful.
When you say presentable, is everybody covered in gore, viscera?
Oh no, wait. Do I have prestidigitation? I'll clean this up.
Yeah, you can clean that up.
I got prestidigitation. We'll
Well,
do a little magic bath.
Does Huxley press that? Because Rick will politely decline.
Oh, I won't press it. If you want to look scary, let's go for it. Huxley was down to like 10 hit points, so he was looking rough.
Yeah, you weren't covered in like blood and viscera and stuff, but like you were damaged. You had like probably wounds and blood from yourself, and like maybe marks and stuff on you. But like not you didn't get splashed by all the bodies that were there already or anything. But you could probably do with some cleaning up. So for sure, Rick, if you want to look like you just got in a fight, you look like you just got in a fight, a bad one.
You know what? If everybody else is cleaning up, it's not the right look. So,
guys, come on.
He's got just enough wisdom and perception to go look around and go, okay, if I'm with a bunch of clean people, like it's the wrong idea. So, yes, Rick will go ahead and reluctantly clean up.
Okay. Okay. And if I understand that correct, you're all going to Allura then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you're dragging the mithril pieces with you?
Yes. I guess that's good evidence that there was
Yeah.
a critter involved.
Okay. Simple enough.
Do you think we could trade these mithril pieces for the iron flask?
Oh, there's an
Potentially.
idea.
How much does mithril go for? Like, how just roughly, roughly, what are we looking at?
Give me a history check.
Bet. What do I got? Okay. Come on, chicken dice. Nope, that's a 10.
I mean, mithril's expensive. You know it's pricey, and it's most commonly used in armor. And a mithril set of armor, as far as like non-enchanted armor, just by sheer make of its material, it's probably like the best or like most expensive kind you can get. Mithril itself, it could fetch a fair price. You're not sure ballpark how much, but at least like an average set of mithril armor will be several hundred gold more expensive than the next tier down. So
Maybe.
Might be something to look into. See if we can fetch some market prices. Maybe ask Miss Vysoren.
Not a bad idea. We'll definitely keep that in mind.
Do you guys want to work with the glittering clown?
Is that the name of the shop where?
Oh no, he just looks like a clown. I assume.
Okay. It took me a second.
I wasn't sure at first.
I
I
was on board. I knew what you
was
meant.
like,
I was trying to see how these
did they
jokes
just call him a
worked.
clown?
I take the joke did not land.
No. It just I couldn't remember the name of your sister's shop for a second, and I was a little concerned.
I was like checking my notes.
Look, Gilmore scares me in many, 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 many ways. I cannot describe how much he scares me.
The other thing to mention is when we were initially talking to Anzu, we were told that they would foot the bill for any iron flask, and yet we were never given any coin, any way to get this information to them about how much we need. I don't know if anyone has that ability. I sure don't.
Oh, no wait, I have a sending stone to Anzu. I guess we could always ask. I couldn't.
It was in the agreement. All I'll say.
Nimra pulled out the contract to leaf through it one more time.
Make sure.
Yes, it does seem like that was in our contract.
Then that
Wait,
we'll put that on the to-do list.
Huxley, you have the sending stone?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming this is this walk and talk also?
Yeah.
We're there? Okay. We're going to Allura though, right? That's like the for
Yes.
sure. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you start making your way up through the Port of Amman, and then through the Central District on your way to the Erudite Quarter. As you're nearing one of the bridges to cross from the Central District over to said Erudite Quarter, Rick,
Yeah.
yeah, you noticed you're being tailed. Not very subtly either. Subtly enough to not be noticed by anyone else, but not exactly trying to hide.
Okay.
There is behind you what looks like a woman, a tiefling, white skin, with a white and red outfit, followed by two others, dressed in similar white, not white and red, just white, different color accents each outfits. They're masked though, but the one in the front, the tiefling, is not. And they seem focused on you guys and are following along and are catching up.
Okay. Rick is going to stop momentarily and say, Miss Sharp, you seem quite able. I am feeling a little faint at the moment. Would you mind taking the cart? I need to just rest. I will catch up with you all in
Are
a
you
moment.
okay? I can, I have a couple spell slots left. I can, try a healing word.
No. It is okay. You go ahead. You four go ahead. I will catch up. I am sure it is nothing. Mel, you need to go. You need to go speak to Alora.
I want to make a perception check. I do not believe him. I wanna see
Perception check for what? What are you trying to see?
I want to see if I can tell if he's just bullshitting me.
Insight. Give me an insight check.
That's a nat 20.
I
Now,
mean,
wait, for a total of?
23.
Rick, give me a persuasion or deception, your choice. Don't tell me which, just tell me the number
okay.
when you roll it.
That's a 25.
He's got big fucking numbers. So, Rick, your choice based on what you rolled. Can Mal tell if you're bullshitting them or not? Are you bullshitting them or not?
Well, Mal's been traveling with Rick long enough to know that Rick doesn't usually give up like this. But he is an old man, and it's not the first time he's had to stop and rest. So there's truth in what he's saying. He does not feel right, but he always catches up. He knows where you're going.
Excuse me. I see you stopped in the middle of the street. Thank you. That's opportune.
So bold.
Rick turns around. Okay, what can we do for you?
And now all of you turning to address. Actually, I have art for this person. How nice. You see, as described, a white-skinned tiefling with kind of sharply bent horns that come up straight and go white to a kind of soft pinkish red. She carries a long white and red staff. Her outfit is white on the outside, red on the inside, with red accents on the outside, and small black marks as well. Black boots, long black pants, red eyes as well. It's a very stark red on white whole look to her. And she is flanked on either side by two humanoids slightly taller than her, carrying staffs as well, wearing similar white outfits. One is kind of like a white and black, one's kind of like a white and green, mostly white on all of them though. And their skin is all covered. Neither of them have horns, so they're not tieflings, at least, or any other horned peoples that you know. And they have masks. The masks are kind of blank. They've got clear slots for eyes to see out of, but otherwise are kind of, you can't see features behind them. I'll drop in the Discord what the woman looks like though. There we go. She kind of like taps her staff twice, and points it at the cart with the mithril pieces. That is property of the League of Miracles, and I'll expect you to be handing it over forthwith, unless you want me to fetch the arms of Imon or another Adrianarch to recover, the pieces you stole from wherever you got these from. I assure you, judging by your character, it looks to have been suitably well made, though I'll be summoning a Master Adrianarch in this case to recover our stolen property, and that's not something you'll want to face.
We're on a mission from Archivist Alora by Sword.
That's all well and good. hand over our property now, please?
I'm afraid this was involved in a very serious crime, and it's being taken to the Arcanist as evidence. So
Is
you
that
can
right?
take it up with her if that is something that you would like to do.
We will most certainly do so after we've conducted our own investigation as to why our property was involved in a crime.
We're sorry, but this is an active investigation.
And that is stolen property that you will be handing over, and I will not ask another time.
You're welcome to come along with us to the Arcanist's office, and we can sort this out there.
All right, you go get the arms. You with me. And she steps forward. One of them steps back and starts shuffling off, and the other one will circle one side of the cart, and she'll circle the other side of the cart and start floating off the ground and point her staff at the cart, and it will start levitating off the ground and floating away. What are you doing?
Grabbing the cart.
Was Seal holding it? I'm pretty sure Seal was holding it, right?
Are you holding on to it when it starts going up?
Well, I think Rick had passed it off, so yeah.
I
Yeah,
passed the cart off. I
Okay.
imagine Seal might have been in the cart. I don't know. It's entirely your.
As it starts, so it's like a hand cart, so you're like pulling it with two hands. So if you grabbed it there, if you're holding on, you're going to be like dangling onto the thing unless you want to try to scramble into the cart while it's going up.
I am going to cast a message to Allura and be like, League of Miracles accosting us in Port of Iman. You should get here.
No response.
Well, if
Remember, message is only 120 feet, I believe, or 60 feet
That's right.
even. It's a short one.
if you can hold on to this cart for 1 minute. And then Nimra starts hurriedly drawing on the ground. Thankfully. On
Who
the
did
way
you say that to?
to Seal.
Okay, Seal, what are you doing? Are you holding onto the cart?
Yeah, I'm holding on to it. If I can get in it to try and help.
Okay, you make
some more
a
weight.
an acrobatics check, and you see she just, oh, for God's sakes, can you let go of the fucking, come on. And she starts literally using the staff and like shaking it to try to shake you off.
That's a 15.
Okay, so you immediately, you like start to get shaken around and you start to pull yourself up. You get like halfway over before like, boop, and she just kind of onto the floor. You weren't too high up when you fell, but you do smack down onto your ass onto the floor. And the other one comes around, and Nimra, you briefly, oops, sorry, 1 second. You are going to give me a, can you, please, thank you, a wisdom save, please.
Just as a reminder, I do get advantage on that from Vidalcan disposition.
Okay.
All right. That is a, wow, not great. 15 total.
You are frozen in place as the other person's staff glows red, and you.
Did he
Are
just
completely
enact
frozen.
violence upon us? Was
Yeah.
that a spell?
Yes.
I suggest you stop resisting
there-
and allow us to leave with our pieces. We
There
will
was
speak
no-
to Miss Vysorin ourselves.
There was no
I would like
component
your
to the
name
spell.
and rank right now.
There was no component to the spell that was noticeable. Nothing.
Make a perception check. She glances down at you, Huxley, and she just kind of rolls her eyes.
Wow.
And
5 total.
you have no idea.
Okay, that's
You
right.
weren't looking at him. And she says, Honor Kinabari, spelled right with the League of Miracles. Now stop wasting my fucking time.
Well, I'm going to waste more of it because I'm going to place you under a citizen's arrest.
That's
for,
hilarious.
one
And
assaulting
she's
my
turning
friend.
away. She's turning away with the cart. She's like flying off the cart.
Oh God. Well,
Huxley.
And
How
in that
fast?
moment, the other one is back with another staff. Both of them are ready to cast another spell, and there are 10 arms of Amon behind them,
Okay.
approaching with blades drawn.
Okay. We will find another way to get the information to Allura. Friends, there is a time to know when to fight, and this is me saying this. We need to let this one go.
I hate her. I hate her so much, Rick.
Rick's gonna go over, put an arm around Huxley. let us just go back to Lamia, or you can go explain. You know what? Go explain to Alora what happened. Just, we need to get the information. Just deep breaths, Huxley. Do not set anything on fire. Do not burn it to the ground. We still need this city. Just go tell Alora what happened.
All right.
And the one holding the spell on Nimra. Are we finished?
I don't need the tone. Really, honestly, you know you could take it from us. You don't need to be hostile about it. Now please let her go. Let them go.
Hold. And they make a persuasion check.
I'm doing more talking than I should be. This is not right. 15.
And they'll drop it, and you just feel your control of yourself come back. And they step back. Try and cast another spell again, and we will kill you the next time.
Whoa, that is not
gone.
necessary.
All right,
You
They're
just...
running. They're gone.
Name and rank in my
They're
book. Write it down right now. You're being reported.
They're leaving, and the arms of Arman are blocking you from, like, if you try to follow them at all.
I'd like to find just one of them that seems to be in charge.
Yeah, just near the front. They're all just kind
Yeah.
of like rank and file up near the front.
Just so I am clear, when I run around the city later on and I threaten people, you're not going to do anything about it either? Great. I do not need an answer.
No.
Rick's going to turn around and
are
walk
you
away.
Are you new here?
He's gone. He's leaving. That's it.
And you see they kind of look at each other and fucking tourist, and they start backing off.
Great.
Damn.
I have a list of complaints.
Nimra-
I have a growing list of complaints.
Nimra, that whole situation, once Honor gave their association very quickly, you've known immediately this was going to be a problem. The League of Miracles, give me a history check. Actually. How much I say.
It's just a
matters.
mercenary company.
That's a 16.
right?
Mostly every city in Taldore owes the League of Miracles an obscene amount of money. They rebuilt Taldore after the Chroma Conclave. So, they don't get to run the place, but they get a lot of leeway.
Yeah, but
So that's
we knew
none of
this.
that situation was
We knew this
surprising to you,
already.
basically.
Yeah, we knew this already.
We should have expected this to happen.
I tried to run interference, but you all care about me too much.
So,
I fear there might not
Don't-
have been much to stop with
Yeah.
that.
Oh, I only had to get you a little clear. You were going to teleport the whole thing away anyways.
Yes. I was going to try to cast a teleportation circle directly into Laura Vysoren's office, but we were stopped.
Yes. Well, seeing as you probably no longer have any use for my big muscle, I'm sorry, I'm tired and I do not feel well, and we just got carjacked.
And assaulted.
And assaulted. I do not.
And robbed.
You all should go report to Alora. I think I need a drink.
that's my man.
So, to Miss Vysoren,
Yes.
Nimra turns to Huxley. You got their names, correct?
I got the woman's name. Would you mind typing it out for me, Ruby?
Gotcha.
I need it spelled. Oh, wow, that is not what I spelled.
Always happens that way. Okay, so
I
you
thought
guys are
said
going.
Anna?
Yeah, no, Honor. So you guys are still headed to Allura. Rick, you want a drink? Are you diverting?
Yeah, we're good. We're gonna go to the Lamia, grab a quick drink, and then go take a nap. He's just done for the day.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's fair. He didn't tag along the last time we went to see her, so makes sense. So let's do that then. Rick, you can hand off the cart. Well, you don't have the cart.
We don't have the cart.
Duh. You don't have
That's
the
what he
cart.
said.
No big deal.
We're good. I'm
It's true.
the mule. I'm the pack mule.
True, my
I'm the
bad,
one who
my
drags
bad.
things around. Like, you don't have any use for me anymore.
That's fair.
And I'm not a diplomat.
So then, yeah, Rick, you can easily enough from here make your way back to the Lamia, while the others continue off to the Erudite Quarter, to the Alabaster Lyceum, to head back and hopefully find Allura Visorin again. So, another little bit of travel. And you're able to find your way back to the familiar place. The large academic halls, very quiet and busy with people fluttering about here and there. Your faces are recognized. Some people give you knowing glances as you come in. And you're clean, so it's not like people are shocked to see you or anything. So let me see here. So you can it's a short trip. You arrive, signal to kind of make your way to where you know the path you know, and find your way back to Allura's office. At this point, people have seen you come and go several times, so you don't meet like any resistance, any questions. Safe to assume at this point that the message has been passed around, that you're working with her in some capacity. And kind of as you're approaching the door, the door opens and she's stepping out and shutting it behind her. She's, oh, hello. Fortuitous timing. I was just on my way up to the palace. Is this good news? Are we meeting under good news circumstances?
Good and
Well,
bad.
which do you want first?
Okay. Well, what bad then good? Let's make it quick and let's walk and talk. And she'll just start going and walk with you as you go. What happened?
Well, the League of Miracles is definitely involved, and we
Okay.
had some evidence, and then they stole it from us in the street.
Stole it. What
Yeah.
was the evidence?
Adranok, some
Armor.
sort of mithril mask and manacles, components to control one.
Right. Okay. Not surprising. I'm guessing you were lugging it through town in the open?
We had no other way to
Sorry, what else would
No,
you have us do?
I'm not blaming you. I'm just putting two and two together. They probably saw you and came and took it back. You explained they took it. I'm assuming they didn't literally sneak it out from under your noses. So I
no,
figured
but
that
they
was
did
the case.
assault us, threaten us in the streets, and then just took off with it after we told them we were, on official business. So,
Yes.
With the arms of Amon's support.
Yes. Unfortunately, that is not all that surprising to me. And just briefly before you, he left too fast. I was gonna say goodbye, but he left too fast. Yes. AJ couldn't stay the whole time. He had to be pulled away. So he's pulled away, unfortunately. But he will be back for the next one, I believe. So he left too fast. I didn't get to say goodbye. I'm sad, but that's okay. He said goodbye to us, which is what matters, because we are all deeply in love with each other. Okay, anyway, continuing. So she kind of she nods along to what you're saying. And just, yes, this is regrettable, but not surprising. The League do have broad sway and power in Amon and in much of Tal'Dorei. So what happens when, you want a city like this rebuilt in a matter of 2 years and not 2 decades? It costs a pretty penny, one the city didn't have after what happened. And here we are. I know that to be the case with Westerun as well, and a great many other places. Not ideal, and especially not so when the people you owe the money to are sellswords. They tend to be opportunistic. But unfortunately, at the moment, there isn't much we can do. This evidence of their involvement is good in the sense that they're clearly involved in some kind of criminal activity. I would have liked to have kept the evidence, but then pinning it on them still would have been difficult. But this is good. This is a thread for me to pull. If... I don't mean to ask more of you, and I don't know if you're available, but in the future, at some point, if you're around and looking for work, I might reach out to pull on some threads. It might take a bit, but... And again, if you've got your own business, by all means, I figure you do if you're here for the key and all the business with Anzu and such. But, you know, maybe I'll be in touch with one of you at some point. And if you're free, we can discuss then. I'm going to be looking into this and seeing if I can find something more surefire to pin on them. Had enough of them thumbing down the city the way they do. It's bad enough that it's happening elsewhere, but in here, the seat of power in Taldore, where the council is meant to rule, they hold far too much power and far too much comfort. I've had enough of it.
Well, to confirm one other suspicion, Nimra pulls out the pendant and passes it over to Huxley for the explanation. That was found on Hammond Crave's body.
Oh, right. So, Kraith is no more. Kraith was very dead when we arrived, along with at least 6 other potential cultists. They all had this pendant on them. The other bodies were not quite bodies anymore. There was some sort of ritual or sacrifice or dismembering party that happened.
Did you clean the amulet before you handed it to her? Okay, so she's just like... and like, hands it back real slow. Okay, yes, that is... She wipes it on her shirt, and then she just kind of... And it cleans instantly. That's not surprising. A remnant cultist is bound to hold an amulet dedicated to the Whispered One. But you said he was dead? As well as the others? What?
There was some devilish involvement as well. It was an interesting scene.
Okay. How long are you going to be in the city? If you don't mind me asking? At least another day?
At least.
At least another day, I'm sure.
Okay. All right. Look, I apologize. I'm by this point you're like reaching the exit of the I forgot the name, the Alabaster Lyceum. And she's just like, okay. I apologize to cut it short, but I'm glad this was dealt with. I'm glad you have your key. There's other pressing matters I must attend to. I will reach out. If you're out of the city, I'll try and contact you another way to follow up on that, just to get a bit more information, but I'll want more information. Just I don't have the time right now. I imagine that's a bit longer of a conversation. And as you're exiting the front doors and heading down the steps, she kind of just, thank you for your help, at least. We'll see about finding some sort of reinforcement to prevent such a situation happening again in the future. Good luck with whatever your business is. If I'm able to be of more assistance, I would be happy to, provided I'm able in the future. Take care of yourselves. I should just kind of turn and start making her way to where she's going. Making her way. So, now, where to? Unless anyone's saying anything else before she, runs off. But she's, obviously kind of rushed. She's, walking fast, so she doesn't wait.
To the Lamia?
There's a big-ass hole in the middle of my straw. I can't drink right.
Once we make it back to the Lumia, I feel we should take upon Miss Sharp's suggestion and try to contact Donzu about the flask. We should potentially grab that before we leave.
Definitely. Does someone else want to send the message? Or, I mean, Nimra, you've spoken more with Anzu, presumably, right?
That's a safe assumption. Yes, I have.
Huxley will offer them the sending stone.
Nimra will take the sending stone, take a look at it, and then use whatever magic used to activate it. Onzu, in our contract. Oh God. We were not to pay for the flask. We require your assistance in payment.
2 more.
But then
Okay, you
Nimra's
don't have
not
to.
gonna finish?
I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
You think Nimra's the type of person to say bye?
No, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure. Now,
Forget it's based off of
Acquired.
syllables.
I'm going to be clear about this right now. I haven't been on Zoom in a long time,
Oh.
and he hasn't been on camera. So whatever he sounds like now, don't question me. This is what he's going to sound like going forward. I have a vague memory, but I think I did like 3 accents with him at the time because his exposition dump was so long that I just kind of bounced around because I wasn't sure what I was doing. So this is his voice now. Just nobody say anything if it's not what you remember at all. Okay? Okay. Good. Clear. So, oh, this is bad because I remember his voice. This is going to hurt my throat when I'm sick. Don't care.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, minute or so passes. Fuck, what did he sound like? I had it, then I lost it. Then I had it, then I lost it. Wait. Oh god, it's that.
He sounded like a little guy.
Yeah. It's that I have a very different voice in my head because they both, the voice I'm thinking and his have a very gravelly sound. And I was about to speak and I was like, that is not the voice he should sound like. Wait, I gotta get this other one out of my head. Hold on. I gotta vacate it. This is a problem. This is so bad. This has never happened before. Wow, they're like overlapping. They're like fighting for space in my head right now. Okay, all right. Whatever. I'll just completely change it. Who cares?
It's fine. The audience doesn't know what it sounds like. It's
Exactly.
fine.
I don't know why I'm doing that. I do this to myself. I could have said nothing and nobody would have said anything because I know none of you would have said anything, but I did it to myself, so it's fine. Anyway. A minute or so passes, and you'll hear back. Archivist, yeah. I did say we'd pay for it, yeah. I forgot to get you the money. I'll reach out to somebody. Where are you staying? That's it.
Of course he forgot to send us the money. It's only half of the reason that we're here. Nimra, you activates the sending stone again.
Once per day.
Oh no, you're right. Okay, never mind. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow problem.
Oh man, that's a minimum of 2 days then. Waiting on the money as well.
So, that's done. You're all still standing outside the Lyceum. Where are we going now? The Lamia or elsewhere?
Yeah, I think we're all ready to head back to the Lamia.
Might be honk
Okay.
me time.
Fair enough. So you can make your way there. And by the time you're getting there, it is now getting close to sunset. The sun, it's now that kind of deep orange as the sun is starting to set below the horizon. The first couple of people trickling off the workday are headed into the Limia now. It's starting to get there, starting to fill up a little bit. You all step inside. And it's active. It's, it's more chill restaurant than loud bar vibes still. But it's getting there. Number of people at the bar, number of tables filled, number of tables empty. What's your first move here?
Is Melancholy here, or is Melancholy elsewhere?
Give me a perception check. I gotta say, it feels so good to be back. I'm really in the zone right now. I'm just
So fucking
I'm so
back.
there. I love you guys. All right, I'm good. I'm
That's a
all there.
17.
17. Okay. So you kind of scan over. You check the spots you've seen her before. She's not there. But you do notice because of kind of your angle at the door, her head. You see it behind the counter. She's like sitting on the floor behind the bar counter.
I'll go to the bar counter and kind of knock on it to get her attention.
Oh, melancholy. What a
Are we
girl
talking
boss.
conscious melancholy or dead to the world melancholy?
No, you know that's a very fair question. I gotta
Yeah?
say. No, she's conscious. Yeah, she's conscious. She just oh gosh. You go over and you just kind of like you knock. She doesn't like immediately like react or anything. But she is conscious. She kind of like it takes her a second. She's like she hears it, but at first she seems like annoyed. Like she's like, "What the fuck is that noise?" And you see the barkeep, Miss Wells, kind of like notice you doing that and like look back and just, hey, and she's, huh? Oh, hey guys, what's up?
Oh, just checking in.
Yep.
How many you had?
Oh, not that many. How many am I at? How many am I at? How many am I at? And she like looks up at Miss Wells. And she's like, not really enough to get her out. Not there yet. And she's just like, see? Watch, hold on. And she'll like pull herself up and then fall back. And she's like, okay, it's because I'm tired. Okay, and she'll just kind of slowly struggle to pull herself up and just kind of get to the counter. Okay, sorry, my everything hurts. I'm not drunk. I'm just fucked up. That shit hurt. I got knocked out twice. I worry about having brain damage, to be honest. But I'm still coherent. I'm not sauced because we needed to talk. I needed to do that before I did that because I need actual function for that conversation. So if we're good, and she'll just and you see Mel, please, I got it, babe, I got it, and she will eat shit, fall straight over the counter and just onto the floor, and she's just kind of down the. I just pull herself up.
I would like to reach down and just scoop her up under her armpits and.
Okay. All right. Wow, you're strong. Okay, I get it. Lucky guy. All right. So, okay. I'm gonna find us a. Let's go get a booth. Come on. It's a corner booth, all mysterious, because we're important people at an important table after an important mission. Okay, sorry. Just come on. Let's just fucking come on. And she just makes her way over and sits down. And assuming you all come along, she'll just. Do you guys want like a drink or anything?
Yes.
Not like yes. Okay, like
yes.
Yeah.
like you down to clown today, Hux, or like
Yes.
sweet.
Yes.
All right. Give me like 2 rounds immediately, please. And you see just kind of like a nod of acknowledgement. And eventually 2 mugs of ale each will make their way to the table and be passed around, and she'll immediately get like half of one down and just, okay, super serious business conversation time. Look, I gotta be real with you guys. I don't really get what the fuck's going on. I am, like, let me backtrack a bit, okay? So you don't think I'm stupid. I don't fucking remember what happened the day we met. I literally don't remember anything. I do remember tracking down the guy through the sewer thing. Did a pretty good job. I was pretty proud of myself for that. I remember the boat. I remember all the stuff from yesterday. There's a lot of haze in between, and I vaguely remember you guys trying to save the world or some shit. That's like all I got. So, and did I sign something?
Yes.
Did I sign something at some point? I vaguely remember signing something.
The morning after you drank, we had you sign the contract. When you
Hangover.
were not inebriated.
Sorry, babe. That's not. You got to give me like at least a 48-hour cooldown period after that. That's just not happening. Okay. All right. So now look. Consider this a positive, right? You guys are on some important mission, and you didn't tell a stranger everything because I legitimately don't remember anything. I just have a vague sense that you're like cool and important, and devils are involved, I guess, which is kind of scary. Which is why I'm like, I thought we were just fucking getting some guy who broke out of prison. Like, this is kind of like a step above what I didn't remember. Anyway, so like, let's back it up, okay? I just fucking play music, man. I like tell stories and shit. I like the past like year of my life has been getting wasted and passed around the upstairs portion of this place. Like I don't know if I have the faculties or like this doesn't feel like I don't feel important enough to be involved in this. Now, I'm gonna be real. I ain't no bitch. I will square up with some devils any day of the week. I will save the world, and I will not fuck around. You know, I will fuck shit up. But I'm essentially giving you like a way out. Like if you're like, what the fuck are we doing with this woman? Like you can, you know, no hard feelings. I can just like go right back to what I was doing. No harm, no foul. It was fun. Not really. My ribs really hurt. And like my nose feels like, you know when you breathe in cold air and it's too cold and it hurts your nose? My nose feels like that permanently right now because of that fucking wall of cold air that I walked in and then passed out. Like this hurts really bad. So like I'm cool sitting it out. But like I don't know how serious this is for you guys. I don't know if you need more help. I don't know if you want to like maybe take a second and discuss what is like what I should know. But you know, just putting that out there. It feels like there's a difference in responsibility level here, you know?
I think, I mean, ultimately, this isn't a decision we can make for you. It's a decision you have to make. But if you're asking how important this is, Melancholy, this is literally my entire life. I have nothing else in this world other than these people here and my end goal. There is nothing else for me. So that is the gist of this mission.
Right. Okay. Then I guess are you comfortable with me being involved in that? You don't know me. You know, not that I'm not like I'm an open book. Like I'm cool. Like, you know, we can sit down, we can like hash it out, we can like talk shit, you know, like get to know each other, like play a little like you know, like whatever. But like this is clearly very serious, and I don't want to be like, I don't want to be like a third wheel, you know? Like are you okay with, do you want me there? I can help. I can be capable. I don't know what you're doing. I have connections that might be helpful. It got us the boat. I have connections outside of the city. I have stores of knowledge that might be helpful, might not. I'm capable, and hell, I could use the work. Are we going to be getting money at some point? Like, is money a possibility? It doesn't matter.
Ideally.
I shouldn't ask that. This seems very important to you personally, but like I won't lie. It's been a while since I've been adventuring. I stopped doing that. Things ended very badly for me the last time. So I kind of just like I was like, no, I'm gonna go back to being the waste of space I was before. It suited me fine. But like, I'm not gonna say I don't miss it. And like, I don't know. I really don't want to like. This seems very important to you on a personal level, and I don't want to like be a burden. I don't want to like weigh you down. But I also literally don't remember. So I don't even know if I am useful to you guys beyond this point. So I don't know. Like, we can talk about it now. You can give it some thought. Talk to me in the morning. I promise I won't drink anything, and I'll be clear-headed enough to discuss it in the morning. Don't! Come on, you just met me. You can't be giving me that look. Like, come on. I mean, it's fair.
Just ordered
but like
2 rounds.
I ordered 2 rounds for you guys. It's only 2 rounds for me. It's not like 8 rounds for me. What? Don't look at me like that. It's gonna turn me on, please. I will say that's directed at Celiana. She knows that the rest of you are either partnered or uninterested at this point. So that's directed at the one person she hasn't sussed out yet.
Oh, Melancholy is a treasure.
I love her so much.
The other question here.
Okay, you can just walk past that. It's fine. Mm-hmm.
Yes. The other question is, why do you want to join us? You've talked about what you can do for us and why you could not work with us, but why do you want to? Do you want to?
It kind of seems exciting. Like, let me be real. I mean, I've done this before. Maybe not this exactly. I don't know what's going on. But I've done the whole traveling around, helping people, fucking shit up, doing stuff with other people thing. I've adventured before. That's where I kind of got most of my experience, really. But like I said, it didn't really end well. And I've kind of found myself back in this kind of place I was in before. And to be real with you, like, I took a second, the last, like, hour or so after I left you guys to deal with the boat and shit, and I came back here, I kind of just thought about it. I was talking to a friend. I didn't spill anything, so don't worry about it. I don't remember anything. But, like, I kind of had, I just had a conversation with someone, and it made me kind of think, and I was like, well, maybe this is a chance to, like, because when I was out doing this thing before, it was a couple years ago. I was a bit younger, and I was somehow worse than I am now, if you can believe it. And, the opportunity to do something bigger than myself was kind of cool, because I was like, maybe this is like a way to work on myself, like kind of clean up my act. And it didn't work for various reasons, but I still kind of think it could be. And, this feels like a jump start. Like, I'm not starting with some losers, like, clearing fucking gnolls out of a mine or something, right? Like, there's some people with some shit going on and some ontologically evil enemies upon whom no harm can be wished that is wrong because they are evil. You're dealing with devils here. Like, that seems like some serious good guy shit. And I'm like, maybe in the process I can, like, get out of it what I needed to get out of it the first time. I don't think it's gonna cure my alcoholism or anything, but, like, I don't fucking know. Maybe it'll get me away from a fucking inn for long enough to fucking chill out a little bit, I'm not, like, proud of this shit. Not really, anyway. I am sometimes. I'm pretty proud of myself when I can, like, outdrink a Craghammer dwarf. Like, that rocks. That's pretty fucking cool. But, like, otherwise, I feel like, I feel the weight of the eyes on me. Seeing my sister when I did with you guys really fucked me up. That was not good for me. I didn't like the look she gave me. I would like it to be different the next time I see her, And maybe this is the answer to that, maybe it's not, but like I haven't found an answer otherwise. Not to get all fucking heavy with you guys, like I'm totally cool about it being for the money. Like that's also cool. Like, don't get all serious about it, but
Well, I guess let me phrase it this way. I think collectively we can't guarantee money. We can't really guarantee either honor or fame in this venture.
okay.
I don't believe any of us have any ill intentions going forward. In fact, I think collectively we try to do right by ourselves and the people around us. But there's no guarantee that, history is going to honor our group as, saviors of the universe. It could happen. It's a possibility, but we don't know if it's a certainty once we reach our end goal here.
Okay.
I can guarantee it is going to be increasingly dangerous, and that we are going to go to increasingly dangerous places and deal with increasingly powerful people. The threat of death is not zero, and it hasn't been that way for a while. We are doing everything in our power to prevent that sort of thing. That's why we have bodyguards here who are very, very strong, and those of us who aren't physically strong are strong in other ways. But
just like looking at her noodle arms.
What I'm saying is, it is guaranteed to be dangerous, and I suppose in some sense we're guaranteed to stick together. I mean, we're contractually bound, but I think we're bound in other ways as well. And well, if that doesn't scare you, then maybe you can get something else out of this. It's just not a guarantee, I suppose.
Okay, well, I mean, I appreciate the honesty. I don't know if I care about the fame or not. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. How about this? I'm gonna go to like bed, and I'll find you guys in the morning, and maybe I'll have a question or two. Maybe I won't. But I guess if you're leaving me to decide, I'll think about it and I'll tell you in the morning. But if you guys you can also do the same. But if you're also just okay with me tagging along, then I guess I'll think about it. I'm not super enticed as, by the thought of death, or anything, or increasingly dangerous locales. But then, I did call myself a bard for a long time. And those are supposed to have stories to tell. And exploits to write songs about. And I don't feel like I have enough of those. There's like I'll give it some thought. I gotta give it some sober thought, which is not a thing I've done in a long time. So, I appreciate hashing it out. I'll think about it. If in the morning I want to tag along, I guess think about how much you want to tell me. I was not being funny. I do not remember anything. So, in the morning, if I'm down to clown, and have your little. If you don't want to spit it all out, just write it down. Just give me a bullet point. Might be good to have it in writing. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm if this ends up being where we part ways. Then I'm glad to have helped you on this part of whatever this turns out to be. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'll give it some thought, and I'll tell you in the morning, I guess. If you'll wait that long. I'm guessing you guys are staying the night here at least, anyway, right?
Hey, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
At least
I'll
for a couple of days.
I already covered I'll cover your rooms, I guess. I didn't get them because I didn't know if do you guys like share rooms? Do you like you have like a buddy system? Do you like have like best friends amongst your group of friends? Like, do some of you secretly have a thing going on? Like, I don't like do you want rooms in a certain way or what? Rick has a room. Rick went upstairs already. He said he was exhausted. He just went.
Yeah, I'm usually with Rick.
Okay. Okay, then yeah, I'll you can go ask what room he's in, and go from there. And I guess I'll cover them. So like, if you guys do you want another 2 rooms, another 3 rooms, another 1 room, another?
Nimrod turns to Seal. 1.
Sure.
And you see her just like mental note of things.
If Nimrod even notices that, which famously probably not,
Yeah, probably
they
not.
would look just incredibly confused.
What is this bitch on about? Okay, sure. 1 for you. Now, you want your own? You want to go with one of them, or?
I don't mind sharing, but I'm fine on my own.
Oh, you don't mean me. Okay, sorry. I was like, I was all over that. That was like a real roller coaster for a second. Okay, all right, sure. I'll just fucking Jesus. Hold on. She'll go over for a second to the bar, and then come back. Okay, I just told her to just give you whatever the fuck you wanted before I embarrass myself. I'm gonna go to bed. And then like she'll turn, and then like she will turn and like make a full circle. I am in 2D, by the way, and then she leaves. She said that to she said that to the whole table to not make any assumptions. She just said that to everyone, and then
Cover the bases.
Does somebody
When
need to keep her safe?
When she leaves, I want to go and just like pull her aside, like go after her and just like pull her aside to talk to her in private.
Yes.
You mentioned your sister. I noticed things were weird when we saw her.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain. I don't know what the connection is. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but what I do know is we're all here for different reasons. I'm actually here for my sister. And I'm going after her. I need to find her and protect her, find what happened. And I know there's a complex situation between you and your sister, but there's a bond. I don't know if this is helpful at all. I just felt that it was pertinent.
No, yeah, I am. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll make it brief. That was the first time I've seen her since she left home, which she left home about a year before I did, which was like 6 years ago. I haven't seen her in a long time. We would write all the time when she left, and that year she was gone. And then I wrote her one last letter, and I didn't talk to her. I never told her I was in Iman for several of those years. I think she knew I was. I don't know. I kind of ran before finishing the conversation. There's a lot of stuff that's happened to me that I haven't told her about. And there's a lot of stuff that's happened to me that's made me how I am that I haven't told her about. And I don't know how much she knows about who I am now. And I'm not ready to face that. And I was kind of put in, like, I was shoved in there before I was ready. But to be honest, I don't know if I ever would have been. I mean, I love her. She's like all I got. You know, not to discount mom and dad, but I haven't been home, and I haven't written to them either. They could be gone for all I know. So, like, I get it. This is obviously very personal for all of you, I guess. I appreciate you telling me. I'll be honest. I thought you wanted to fuck. I was so excited, and then you didn't, and then I was like, oh man. But then it kind of turned out to be good in the end. It's actually like kind of leveled out. It's actually so great. So like, thank you. I appreciate it. That'll probably weigh on what I decide to do. So thank you. And she just kind of like on your shoulder, and then just like turns around and leaves.
Cool. And I'll just turn back around and go back to sit in the booth.
I assume we're all probably eating or drinking at this point.
Yeah, you got both your rounds at the same time. So if you ordered food, you can with no problem. You can enjoy those drinks. Take your time. You got there early, so the night is still young, but you can retire whenever as well. Your rooms are ready, paid for. You can go get your keys and go to bed whenever you like. Or sit, order a meal, whatever you want to do, discuss what you need to discuss. Up to you guys.
I guess what's the plan for tomorrow? I know we'll contact Onzu again, but we will be waiting for money potentially. And then we're waiting on Alora.
In the interest of conversation that I'd had with Rick, if Alora reaches out to us, I'm unsure if we should take her up on it. I know, Huxley, you said that we all typically want to do right by others, and I'm sure whatever she assigns of us would be for the greater good. Do we have the time to continue making stops? We all have a reason to be there. Mine is much less severe than most of yours.
So my priorities lie in finding my wife and getting to the Hells. That's priority number one.
Sure.
Everything else is sort of beneath that, and I think you're right. We don't really... It's already a year is already a lot of time to wait to gather the materials and do this properly.
How much can we afford to continue getting sidetracked?
I can't, but I hate that woman, Nimra. You don't understand. She reminded me of every shitty person I've ever encountered in my entire life, and
No. I think I do understand. Considering that her lackeys commanded me to not do anything.
And, well then, regardless of what Alora asks us to do, I do have a plan. I don't know if it's a great plan, but even if we have to leave, I plan to strip that woman of every inch of respect she's ever earned in her entire life. We'll just see how that goes. I've never done anything like this before. He finishes his first drink.
That's what I'm fucking talking
about. I do not tolerate bullies.
And about melancholy. Do we want to have somebody who is unsure of continuing forward with us? She has her doubts. Can we assuage them? Is this a possibility?
I think Huxley was as upfront as he could have been. I mean, we'll fill her in tomorrow morning when she's sober, or as sober as Mel ever gets. But I think we made it clear, and if this is really what she wants, I for one am happy to have another one along. I think we'll need all the help we can get, but it does have to be her decision.
If she's aware of the consequences and aware that there's not necessarily a reward in all of this, and she is willing to take it seriously and, not just treat it like a game or a piece of fiction to peruse, then I agree with Mal. But there is your conscience telling you that this poor girl could have died earlier today because maybe she isn't prepared. Maybe she is and was taken by surprise, but maybe she isn't. Who's to say? We're not just carrying her around to let her die in a couple of weeks. And that's a burden to carry.
Well, I mean, like she said, it's not her first go round, and the way she was talking, it sounds like she might be ready for another shot at it. I think we should trust her to know her own mind.
Do you have any opinion on this, Celiana? I know you've been just kind of listening.
I think more power is more power. Another person is another person to take care of, to get back up. But as much as Melancholy says that she can back out and everything will be fine, she is still involved. And it is up to her at this point. I don't see why we brought her in. I don't think it would be fair to say never mind. Yes.
Kind of sounds like the ball's in her court. That's a sports analogy, right?
What sport is that an analogy for? Let me see. Huxley, make a history check.
I hope I fail.
That's what I like to hear.
It's a 5.
You're pretty sure there is some kind of popular sport that uses balls and courts.
Yeah.
Probably.
It probably concussed me in my childhood.
Okay. So, making some decisions on stuff. By this point, enjoying a meal and having some conversation. It's probably later in the evening. Lemia's busier now. It's like I've described it before. It's a place usually gets pretty busy most nights of the week. And it's still early in the night, so it's going to be busy for a while still. But you've been comfortable, you haven't been bothered, you've been fed, everything's paid for. Is there anything else to say or do? Or would you like to retire to your rooms?
Huxley will visit Melancholy one last time before he retires.
Okay.
But if anybody else has something to do, you can do that first.
Okay. So, yeah, Celiana, Nimra, you can make your way to the separate room. Mal, you can either end up in the same room as Huxley and Rick, or Celiana and Nimra, or your own. Like she said you could go basically to the barkeep and get whatever. It was covered. So you can also get your own room, whatever you want to do, and find your way there as well.
I'll just crash with Huxley and Rick.
Okay. So when you guys head up, you'll head into the room and find Rick. He's passed out already, and it's a 2-bedroom, so it's a 2-bed room. So he's like on the couch, like he usually is in these situations, like literally sprawled out on it, like he does, one leg over the couch, arms like that, literally the whole like on his face and all that. He's out. One of the beds is open, the other one's for Hux. So you can find your space there. Celiana and Nimra the same, a 2-bedroom, comfortable, cozy, nothing crazy, but a nice room. It's not luxurious, but it's not squalor either. It's comfortable. And yeah, Hux, you can head down. You're all situated on the 2nd floor. You can head down a bit to the room that she gave you. Knock, I guess, or however you want to approach that. Yeah.
And just
Okay.
I'll knock a couple times.
Okay. Silence, and then pitter patter of footsteps, and then just, who is it?
It's Huxley.
Oh, okay. And then back up, and then 2 locks opening, and the door opens. Hello, and you see she's like quickly covering herself up with something. Hey, what's up?
She's consistent.
You don't have company, do you?
No. Why?
Oh, okay. I
said
just wanted to have.
I said I was thinking. I was ruminating on things. Okay.
I was checking.
You didn't believe me. That's fine. That's understandable.
No. I just you can. I have a business proposition for you, and I just wanted to make sure that there was some privacy.
Oh, let me get my business fit on. Hold on. Come on. You can come in. And she like goes in. And you see on her way in, you'll see her grab a small little trunk by the foot of the bed and go into like a back like kind of closet space.
It is an actual business proposition, just so you're
clothes
aware.
is flying out of the closet. And she will come like after like a minute, she's like, I know, I'm not being weird. My God, you're married.
Sure.
I'm not a home wrecker. Jeez.
I'm just making sure.
And she like comes out in quite literally a suit. Like it is very elaborate. It's like it is like this kind of deep red and with like gold accents. It looks like a not a tuxedo, but like a proper formal suit with gold trim, and then just this deep red with this kind of like quilt pattern on the jacket and the pants, and a red shirt underneath, little black buttons, and dress shoes, and then a little opening for her tail in the back. And she like comes out, she's like, let's get down to business. And she looks around and she's like, there's not really a business table. So she kind of sits at the foot of the bed and she crosses her legs, and then like her tail just like rattles a little bit, and she's like, what's up? Wait, hold on. What do you need to discuss?
You are a bard, or you yourself have identified as a person who likes to tell stories, correct?
Yes, I am bards, yes.
as such, I would make the assumption that you have, some sort of, network of, of spreading gossip or rumors or that's that sort of thing, right? Or connections, perhaps? People who like to listen?
Hold on. I gotta roll something.
Oh, God.
Okay. Just kind of. Yeah, I know people all over the city and places and stuff. Why?
Have you ever destroyed someone just, with rumors, that kind of thing, just reputation-wise, not physically harmed them, but that sort of thing,
Babe, I'm like so fucking good at that. Yeah.
So we had a nasty run-in without you, and it wasn't brought up, just on the way to see Laura. I have a name of someone who could potentially, be rather important. I don't know who she is. She looked
She's
important.
like
She
up.
sounded...
She's like right next to you, like, gimme.
Well, we have to, enact the deal first, because I do either want to aid you or provide you with compensation for your assistance. So in order to hurt someone who hurt me emotionally, what would you like?
Who is it?
Her name was Honor. Honor Kinabari. She's one of the
League of
those
Miracles.
sellswords. Yeah. Not only did she steal from us, but she assaulted us. She threatened us. She called the arms of Amon on us.
She's a lot more serious now.
And I think she's a problem.
Okay, but ruin her how exactly? What are you trying to do?
I don't want people to if she loses her job, that would be great. I don't want people to respect her authority. I just want people to know that she's nothing but a common thug, apparently.
Okay.
But if this is a serious situation, then I
mean, I'm glad I put on my serious clothes, but like, I wouldn't charge you for this. I like you guys, and I also think she's like a bitch. I don't like her. I know her. I don't like the League of Miracles in general. For my own reasons, they've been a huge pain in the ass for a long time. But that's also serious. That's serious shit you're fucking with. And to do any kind of serious damage to her reputation, I need to go to people who will charge, whether that's money or favors. And they're going to want to suss you out, and they're going to need a pretty good reason to fuck with the League. Like, seriously. Nobody really likes the League, but nobody really fucks with them either, for a reason. And I'll, let me see. Let me reach out to someone, and I'll circle back on this. Even if I end up not sticking with you guys, if you're really committed to this, we can talk about it in the morning, and, maybe pitch it to the others. If not, I'll talk to you in private. But give me a little bit to figure it out. I have to ask somebody and ask what's even feasible and what it'll cost.
Of course.
Because I also know you guys are on a timeline. This might be something that isn't quick.
I figured as such, but
like she's not huge. She doesn't fucking run the League. She's not even that important in the League. She's like she thinks she's hot shit. She's not. But she's still in the League. And they protect their people pretty close. So it'll take some work. Like I said, just let me see what I can figure out. And either, I can tell you all about it in the morning, or just you if you want to keep it between us. Regardless of whether I stick with you guys or not, I'm down to stick with this if you're willing to pay the cost. I just got to see what that cost is and, run it through with you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Alora is able to do this by the book. Maybe there is a lawful way to ensure that this doesn't continue to happen. In my experience, the law favors people with power and money and renown. Yeah,
that's right.
So I don't have a lot of faith in it. And, I've spent a lot of my life just sort of letting things happen. And I'm really tired of just letting things happen. So if I have to, get my hands a little dirty, I'm willing to do that, just to get a bit of petty revenge. But don't get yourself in too deep if it's going to be a huge
No,
problem.
this is like, no, don't worry about it. You're fine. I guess do you trust your friends?
Yeah, of course I do.
Like implicitly, all of them? Or I guess I should say, do you trust them to hold that same position that you just told me? You're tired of just letting things happen, seeing them allowed to happen like this, allowing people like that to just do what they do. Do you think they all share the same frustration with that?
I'm not 100% sure about everyone's stance on it. We had a brief conversation, sort of regarding it, but I think if maybe it was weighed in terms of this or that may be more important than it just depends. It's complicated.
Okay. Well then, last thing. Can I come to just you about this? Like,
Yeah, if you'd
first?
like.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's just-
We'll say that.
I don't know exactly what I'm going to get from the people I'm going to ask. And if necessary, I might only be able to trust you on this.
Yeah,
if you don't know
can
where they stand.
understand. Yes.
So I need, like, when I ask you that, I mean, you're not going to go tell them if it's necessary not to.
Of course not. You have my word. I will not
Okay.
discuss it until it is something that you perhaps deem worthy to discuss if it comes to that.
I mean, okay. It's not, like, again, it's not really like that. This is touchy, and the people I need to ask for help are going to be touchy about who they work with, and what I tell you. So I need to know where everybody stands. And if you don't know, I don't know. I'm not going to go poking the nest. So.
Then you can poke my nest as much as is needed.
Come on, you're like setting me up here.
For what?
Never mind. It's okay. Man, it's been way too long. All right, this is like turn around and like go like take off the suit jacket and prepare to get back into her normal clothes. I think the serious conversation's over. So, yeah. I'll circle back on this on breakfast. At breakfast, whatever. Yeah, in the morning.
Yeah, whenever you feel ready. No rush. You have time to rest and ruminate. And I need to go sleep.
Yeah, for the best. Okay, cool. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah. He'll nod and head out.
Okay. She kicks the floor and then goes to get back on her clothes. And yeah, you can head back to your room. At this point, like I said, Rick fast asleep, Mal in there getting ready, or already asleep if you think Mal knocked right out.
Passed out. Didn't even get under the covers, just face down on the bed, passed
that's
out.
Right. That's right. And yeah, you guys can all go retire for the evening, take a long rest, and take a break. Take a break right there. And we will come back in, let's call it, we're an hour 50 in, so let's call it 10 minutes. Back at the 2-hour mark. And we'll go from there. We'll pick up in the morning.
All right.
Good shit, guys. We're back. We're so back. All right. Welcome back. So, you've come, retired at the Laughing Lamia for the evening, taken a long rest, much needed to heal your physical and mental wounds, and awaken in the morning, feeling much better. Mal and Huxley, Rick is not in the room when you awaken. Nimra and Celiana, you awaken just fine. What is everyone's first plan? We'll just go around. Mal, what are you doing first?
Probably get up, do some quick stretches, and check on Huxley quickly.
I don't think he drank enough last night to be throwing up in the bathroom. So,
That's fair.
Okay.
snoring loudly, but not
Right.
dying.
Yeah, I think I'll head downstairs, get a cup of coffee and maybe a little bit of breakfast. See who else might be up.
Okay. Hux?
Probably pretty similar. Just wakes up, wipes the drool off his face, gets cleaned up. No stretching, no running, no calisthenics. But we'll go downstairs to join Mal to get a very large cup of extra sugary coffee.
Okay. Nimra, Celiana?
Do you think they would have anything to discuss after yesterday's events?
I don't think so. I don't think anything to be discussed, like, just between us two. So.
Okay.
Not from her perspective.
I think we're on the same page for that, so I assume both of them go through their morning routines and also head downstairs.
Okay. In that case, man, I really wish I had a smooth transition option for these songs. Anyway. Mal.
It's worrying.
You...
Yeah, ominous.
Sorry. I know. Actually, speaking of wait, I'm very dumb. I should have done this earlier. 1 second. Ignore the title of this song. It's very dramatic. It's just the song is what I'm going for. I forgot to add this. I'd rather play this. Thank you. Anyway, for context, this is also just this is the one I'm probably gonna go with for like our backing track, for like the one I use most frequently. I like it a lot. Anyway, so Mal, you are the first out of the room. When you open up the door, you head out into the hallway. Same one you were in. You came in when you first came upstairs. You head down to where the staircase is. You turn and there's no staircase. It's more hallway.
Yeah, I really need a cup of coffee. I'll keep walking.
Okay. Huxley, you'll come out a bit later. Turn, start making your way towards the staircase, and again, find that there's no staircase, just hall. And you'll see, by the time you came out, maybe some 60, 70 feet down the hall, is Mal. It just goes on, by the way. Just goes.
If I turn around and look back, is it just more hall, or is it the way
It's
I came from?
Same hall you came from.
Mal?
And a minute later, Nimra, Celiana, you come out of your rooms, find Hux at the end of the hall, shouting for Mal.
I turn around and see how far Huxley is from me, and oh. Shit. I double time it right back over to Huxley and Nimra and Celiana.
You are all together at the end of your hall, beginning of this weird, super long hall.
So that's weird.
Pinch me. Am I still sleeping? What's going on?
Sorry. Give me a
Ow.
little pinch.
Feel a pinch.
Okay. Option number 2, magic.
Is there like a window on this end of the hall at all? Or is it just wall?
So when you came up, basically the way it's laid out, you have the whole central like tap room space. You go kind of to the back corner, go up the stairs, or like beneath the stairs. There's a back space with some rooms. Upstairs, hall, turn, hall. It's like a U-haul. Goes up a U-shaped hall like that, and on the end of each side, there's a window. Yeah. Now, when you go down, there is a window there. But the curtain, there's like curtains drawn over it, which weren't there before.
Did Nimra and Seal even see that this was a never-ending hallway, or was that just...
If you approached Huxley, you would turn and see the never-ending hallway, yeah.
Okay. I think Nimra is going to try to walk down the hallway and try to investigate to see if there's anything noticeable as to why it's continuing forever.
Okay. Make an investigation check. The rest of you?
That is a 27.
Okay. You recognize very easily. This is an illusion of some kind. If something now, it's a bit of guess, but based on its kind of the way it's structured, it's a kind of honestly, it's a bit of a simple parlor trick. If you just kind of run, you'll kind of break out the other side. Would be your first guess. You notice essentially on, like you kind of pick it up in the kind of flooring. It's almost imperceptible. It is like a kind of runic magic inlaid into the carpet and the floor. That essentially loops it, and you just kind of have to run, and you'll break through.
Did you say there was a window with a curtain drawn over it?
Yes. The original window when you came upstairs, you would have noticed did not have a curtain, and it just looked outside to the city street.
You know what, I'll take a peek behind the curtain as Nimra's investigating.
Okay. Like a peek, you mean like, or like you want to like
You
properly see
I
what's
won't,
back
like,
there?
throw it open, but I'll like open it up a little gap to just so I can see.
You see a wait, let me confirm. Let me make sure I don't misspeak, because there's a couple things that overlap. I don't want to get it wrong.
You're not wrong.
I don't know what you're typing to each other over there, but I don't care. Okay, got it. Okay. You see an endless expanse kind of going on until hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles in the distance. You see mountains maybe circling the horizon, and dotted all along it are ruins. Burning ruins, and it's all tinged a darkish red. You see burning cities, destroyed roads that connect them, dotting a barren landscape.
Okay. He just kind of slowly closes the curtain. I don't think we're in Amon anymore, or if we are, something horrific happened last night while we were sleeping.
Is there anyone else around in the hallway, or is it just us?
Not that you can see.
After the investigation, Nimra would speak up looking over to see Huxley looking at the window. It seems as if this hallway is an illusion of sorts. And then they're going to motion everybody to look at the floor and look at the runes that they've spotted. If my eyes don't deceive me, we could bypass this illusion quite easily if we just run faster than they can activate.
Worth trying.
Okay.
I guess, does someone want to test, or do we just want to all go together at the exact same time?
On 3?
Now, are we starting on go or on one? I feel like this clarification is important.
You could just say run.
We'll say on go. So 1, 2, 3, go.
All right.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. And I
You all
assume they
start
all
running down the hall. Yeah,
Yeah,
you all
we
start
all
running
take
down the hall.
off.
And you notice when Nimra pointed them out to you, the runes are like inlaid with the fabric. Like it's basically impossible to spot unless you have someone pointing them out to you and they step on them to light one up very briefly. You just book it. You're full speed. You dash through, and you do kind of outpace them. And you eventually come out on the other side. And when you do, you kind of break through. The hall behind you is much shorter. It's literally like 30 feet long. And you kind of step into another space, and it no longer looks like the Limia. It is a sort of, kind of like, it's a very clean aesthetic to the architecture, I should say. Smooth marble walls and marble tiled floors. And it just kind of, on the end of this hallway, it kind of turns just a little bit like a little entryway, and it opens into a small room, maybe 30 feet across, 30 feet in. And there is a desk right there. And you see, like, essentially, so let's picture this
Damn it.
square room. You've got this little gap of open space. There's little plants. There's, like, potted plants, like big ones. There's a desk made of the same marble. And that desk is up against the wall, and on either side of the wall, there's just an open archway. So, like, you could walk basically on either side of the desk to get into some back space. And seated behind the desk is a red-skinned and curl-horned, like, it's not the same devil you recognize. The horns are curled in. This one's smaller. They don't have wings. They're wearing a suit, like a formal black suit and tie, and they have a little, their tail, like their whole form is smaller. They don't have wings. They have a black suit and tie on. They look feminine in appearance, and they are, so this little desk, and there's a little nameplate that says receptionist. And they are sitting there thumbing through some paper, and when you come in, oh, hello. Hi. I'm glad to see you all made it.
Made it where exactly?
Well, here. Did he not invite you? I thought wasn't there supposed to be a meeting? I have a meeting in the ledger for. She's just flipping through. Fuck. It's
I'm
like
afraid
she
we,
seems very
we
nervous.
never confirmed.
No. I have it right here. Meeting with scheduled for right, okay. It's starting in like 10 minutes. It's with a Huxley Rose, a Mariela Vankram, Celiana Sharp, and well, yours is like scratched out a bit. It just says Nimra. So Nimra. I'm guessing that's you. And well, the rest is scratched out also. But it starts in like 10 minutes. So You have a meeting with him?
And who is this him that we have a meeting with?
Haster. Obviously. All of you can make a religion or history check. Your choice.
That's a
Natural
16.
20.
Ooh.
For a total of?
19.
80.
Okay.
either.
That is a 12 for
Okay.
me.
A 17 for me.
A
Okay.
16.
Interesting. None of you recognize the name at all. Celiana, it's very faint. It's a name you're like, I've heard it somewhere. It's in a story maybe, or in a textbook somewhere. Maybe it was somewhere in your sister's notes somewhere. You can't recall exactly. No, let me type it out. Oh my god. That's working now? I didn't know that was working. I have... that hasn't been working for so long. I have a soundboard, because I also use this for my podcast. Those have not been working for so long. I didn't mean to press that, my bad. I have numbers on the side of my mouse. Anyway. I didn't mean to press that. This is how it's spelled. Haster.
Okay.
Okay.
I spelled it right.
Ooh.
That's honestly really impressive.
I'm very proud of myself.
Good job. Good job. But yeah, it's something like on the tip of your tongue. You know you've heard it, but you don't know where.
Okay.
And she's just kind of like, are you sure I got your names right? Please just tell me you're here for the meeting. I really don't need to get in trouble again.
I am sure that you are doing your job perfectly fine.
why don't you
and I
know
have
about it?
absolutely, no qualms with you or the service that we're receiving.
Why don't you know about the meeting?
Do you have an HR or something? You sound like you have a horrible work experience.
HR is a bit unavailable at the moment. HR got in trouble last week.
Well,
Oh.
it's that when we had our previous discussion with, things weren't... Time was not made clear to us.
But you did speak to... You did... Thank goodness. Okay, it should be fine. If you spoke to him, it's fine. It should be fine. he'll be out in it'll be, just give me 10 minutes. You can take a seat on the couch. It's okay. Man. Okay. And she'll just kind of write some stuff down and
Concerning.
close the ledger. And then she'll just and she'll open it back up. I need to make sure I didn't fuck anything else up and start just looking through stuff. And yeah, you have about, if there's anything you want to say or do with each other or with her, you've got about 10 minutes, as far as you know.
I'm gonna pull out Amara's journal and try and see if I can find anything in there.
Make an
that might
investigation check.
Connect. It is 13.
You find one mention of it. It is a single bullet point line. Haster. Prince in yellow. Important? Question mark? And then... Sorry, I almost forgot one. Useful? Question mark? Parentheses? Probably.
Okay, I will point that out to everyone.
I'll
I
type that
found
out.
this. I don't know what this means, but Prince in yellow? Anyone know what that is?
Now, Nimra and Huxley, give me an Arcana check, please.
Arcana. Can I give guidance to
Yes.
Nimra?
Mhm.
Okay, I will guide you.
Okay, so extra D4, right?
Yes. Oh, chicken dice, why?
No,
That's
did
a
they fail
14
you?
for me.
That is a 8. 23?
Hux, you don't know it still. Nimra, Prince in Yellow is definitely familiar. Haster, maybe not. Because Prince in Yellow is the much more common name. And it got a lot more serious a lot quicker. This is the Archdevil of the 7th layer of Hell.
God fucking damn it.
And he's a big deal. Because none of the other Archdevils trust him. Nobody likes him. Which is a big ask for devils to all unite on something. And that's uniting on... Or I shouldn't say disliking. Distrusting. He is the Archdevil of the Layer of Ruins. Of effectively the most... the bureaucratic nightmare of bureaucratic nightmares. And a well-known schemer and manipulator, even for a devil. Which immediately puts you on your toes and on high alert, because this is not just a devil that you're dealing with. At least, if this is the Prince in Yellow, you know.
Ciliana. Actually, everybody, stay on your guard. We are in the 7th layer of hell right now. We will be meeting with an archdevil shortly.
Well, that bodes well for us.
Stay polite. Keep an eye on your words. Be careful what you agree to. He's known, in what texts I've managed to get my hands on, and from word of mouth, he's a schemer, but also not very liked.
Do any of you have a passive perception of higher than 15?
No.
Yes.
Mine is 16.
Yeah, mine's 16.
Okay. Then, Huxley and Ciliana, you'll notice as Nimra describes each negative quality, the receptionist is like,
Oh God, can we take her with us? Can she be our secretary? These poor underpaid customer service workers, I vibe with them.
and specifically not very liked was like, and you see she gets up and steps out into the back.
This might be our most difficult task at hand thus far.
This is not something I'm good at. I'm going to be very upfront with you. I as far as business deals go, I'm the guy behind the curtain who makes it happen. I'm not the one who makes the deal.
You hear, what? Well, summon them. What fucking use are you? Fine. And you immediately, you all see flame, and then you are not where you were. You are in an office with a massive, like a real corporate douchebag kind of office, like a giant back window that overlooks what the fuck? Overlooks. Oh, fuck. Overlooks the entirety of the ruined city you're in. High-rise buildings and down to low squats for miles in every direction. And you can see wandering around movement. Some things flying, living in the city. And this place is a lot more opulent, and it's a lot more yellow. The tiling now is kind of black and yellow marble, and the crenellations are gilded, and the ceiling is incredibly high, vaulted to a dome. And then, like I said, behind this desk, this massive, fancy-looking desk, is a giant window that overlooks the city. Behind you, there's a set of double doors which are closed. And seated behind the desk is the devil you recognize from the island. And he's got his feet up on the desk, and he is dressed. As soon as you come in, he kind of puts them down and he stands. Hello, friends. What a pleasure. He's dressed in black and yellow robes that are rather simple, honestly. There's like a kind of collar, sort of crest, kind of forms like some elaborate kind of shoulder piece, but otherwise it is a simple yellow robe with like a black inlay, and the inside of it is black. It extends all the way down to his feet, and his tail comes out the back. Same description as before: the red skin, very large wings, and horns that are similar to Mal's, but they sit like flush down the back of his head rather than going straight up. And he stands and he makes his way around the front of the desk, and he kind of like sits against the desk and like kind of clasps his hands together. I'm glad you could make it to our meeting. I apologize for the delay. I was hoping to see you sooner, but things came up. May we talk?
Since you so kindly invited us to your home.
Yes.
With an invitation we certainly received.
I don't like the sarcasm. We spoke
What's
on the
sarcasm?
That fell out of the tray.
Nimra knowing sarcasm?
Okay.
What do you mean?
He just kind of like stops and just... Anyway. Again, apologies for the delay. And I'm sorry you couldn't all be involved. That other one... I didn't really want him making a mess of my things. He's alright though. Here. And you just kind of... And you see, like some curtains on the far side of the room just part open, and Rick is just frozen in place behind a glass wall, like in a glass container. He's fine. I just, he came barging in here, swinging around, nearly killed my receptionist. Come on. I'm not dealing with that. He can sit and watch, and, you all can discuss things with him afterwards.
Right.
And I suppose if it's on anyone's mind, that other girl doesn't even know if she's going to be involved in this, so you can tell her this stuff later if you want, if she decides to stick around. She doesn't threaten me though, really. I mean, neither does he, but he made a mess of my things, so punishment.
It should not be surprising for a man of your station to have acquired so much knowledge of personal conversations. It's almost impressive.
I like this one. Knows their place. It's good. Yes. I am a studious sort. I like to dot my I's and cross my T's, as is the expression in common. I do work before I confront anyone, before I present anything. I didn't make it to where I am by doing it any other way.
So why were you so sloppy on the island?
I like that one too. Sort of like the big one, but at least you know a bit of restraint. Are you going to smash my things? Do you want a glass container?
Not right now.
Okay. There's a spot, don't worry, but we'll hold it for now. I like your gumption. No. Let's not play games. His expression gets deadly serious. Let's talk. And he will just kind of wave his hand, and you will all feel a force against your body until you are thrown into chairs. Just like love seats in front of the desk, and he's now behind the desk.
Wow.
So, let's get down to brass tacks. I have an offer for you. And I think you'll be interested. Information and transit. In exchange, once you're here, since I know that's your interest, and if my estimations are correct, you'll be going all the way down. When you get one level lower, there's a place I need you to go, and a thing I need you to deal with. Details will come if you're interested in hearing them, but that's the simple version. In my opinion, the information is what's most valuable, as you already have transit arranged. And before you ask, I cannot deal with this thing myself. I can't get any deeper than the 7th layer. So I need someone else to do it for me. And we have mutual interests, so... What do you say? Do we want the long version?
How mutual are the interests?
Well, there are things you want and answers you seek on the 9th layer of hell. I can help get you there, as long as you can help me get through this little barrier in my way. And before then, I can help you get anywhere else. All over the hills, all over Exandria, to the Feywild, bloody Shadowfell if you want. Whatever you like. And with regards to the information, there's also answers that I seek on the 8th and 9th layer that I would like to go peruse unabated.
What are the consequences of not making a deal with you? Let's say we were to both go our mutual ways. Are you implying that you would become a hindrance in our goals?
I don't see why. Of course, I'll be keeping tabs on you. And if it turns out your goals or your progress are starting to step on my toes, I will deal with you. But if we're already friends, then there's no need.
This is a large request. You've made your points. We might require some time to stew it over.
Here, how about a little taste? This unmaker business is all bullshit. You're wasting your time with it. If you want the
I hate to be that
specifics-
person, but Can
Uh-huh.
I know I want to suss him out. Can I do
You
we
sure
believe
can.
him? I have a
Insight
feeling I
check.
know the answer to this question because what he's a devil. He's probably
Yeah,
the most deceptive.
I also want to make that roll.
Mm-hmm.
I would want to, but it wouldn't work. So Nimra's
Yeah.
not.
That's fair. Nimra's too busy being fascinated.
Never mind.
Oh,
This is the first
this
time
whole
they've ever seen an archdevil, so
this whole time, Nimra has been, if not already has the quill and just like hurriedly scribbling notes and making notes of the decor, what his personal tastes are.
I will say, if you pulled out the notebook, you will feel your hands to your sides, and he will go, not until you ask for permission.
Your decor is lovely. You are a man of good taste. I just want to write down some of your decor choices, if please.
No. You can add that to the fine print if you like. We'll get there when we get there.
That's a 19 from me.
Okay. Mal.
That was a whole 7.
Okay.
Mood.
Okay. On here, I don't have a... Can I mute? Can I deafen you guys? I can't. Okay, so I'll just... This is quick, so I'll text this to you, Hux.
Okay.
I don't have an easy way to whisper here. Whispers? Okay.
Secrets.
While she's doing that, just clarifying, what is he offering us?
Passageway through the hells, and then information.
Information. Okay.
And not even just through the hells, but he's also offering us, like, if we want to go to the Feywild, other places in Exandria.
Yeah, he's offering you transit around, and the specifics of which you don't know, besides that he's explaining he can get you anywhere except deeper than the 7th layer. And he's offering you information, which he says he considers more valuable.
And we don't get more details about what he wants until we are agreeing.
He said he wants you to go to a specific place on the 8th layer and deal with something that's keeping him from going deeper.
Yeah, but we don't get more details about who or what or how or where that is until we make a deal, right? No specifics.
He said he's not going to give you more information and stuff, but there's a long version of this offer, though. Which might involve the specifics of that.
Well, I'd like more information.
That's fair.
I know, out of character, I'm like, oh, I'm so intrigued. This is so cool.
I
But like
know.
in character, I'm like, this is awful. This is the worst thing ever.
I'll give you the long version. I have a lot of information about your allies, about you, about your quest, about your objectives. I have the ability to take you places a certain number of times per day, but I can. And in exchange for offering these services to you until your time in the hells is complete, I require you to go to a fortress on the 8th layer of hell and find an item. Dispel it, or destroy it, or disable it, so that I may pass through to the 8th layer. There is a similar item on the 9th layer, but once the first one is dealt with, that should deal with the second one as well. So I should be able to get through to both. And if not, I might make amends and offer more if you're willing to go to the place on the 9th layer as well. But that's something to cross when we get there. And again, I'll have more in exchange for that, if the time comes. That will depend on whether it's necessary and whether I'm even interested in going that far. I have time, so... I won't lie, it's not easy, and it's dangerous. But it's not the only reason I can't do it myself is because I can't get to the 8th layer Otherwise, I would go and just blow the whole place to the ground. Be done with it. But I can't. And I can't get my lackeys in there either because nobody trusts them. So, I need outsiders. And you all have a reason to want to go. And I know other reasons you might want to go. But then, that's privileged information. But believe me,
And
it's worth your while.
who exactly does this fortress belong to, may I ask?
Well, the Archdevil of the 8th layer. Technically, all of it belongs to him. He doesn't run it directly. Who does run it? And he thinks, 8th layer. It's called the Black Pit. I believe that's... Beelzebub, maybe? I'm not sure. Someone big. Not someone to be trifled with. But, again, there's more to this offer. My plan isn't to pick you up, take you to the entrance to the 8th layer, and send you going. You're going to get stronger and do your other business in the hills while you're here, and other business elsewhere. But when you're strong enough, off you go. You'll need to be that strong anyway to get down there. I'm not going to send you into a suicide mission. I need you to stay alive to do what I need. I'm pragmatic.
What is it that you want to do on the 8th layer that you can't now, and you need our help?
Well, there's information there that I want. The Archdevils of the 8th and 9th layer are keeping it from me. All of the Archdevils don't like me, but the ones beneath me aren't powerful enough to block me. The ones on the 8th and 9th layer are. And there's information I want. Part of it is personal. Stuff that only matters to me. Part of it could be very important to you, too.
Can I, try and figure out what he means?
You want an insight check? Go and make an insight check.
Okay.
Oh, this is such a dangerous game to play.
Ooh, that's a 10.
Okay,
Woo.
I will text it to you.
Okay.
I feel like I'm left out of this. Maybe I should make Nimra do an insight. It's super out of character, but...
There you go.
Yeah, you know what? Nimra's getting some of the action too.
Go for it.
Everybody wants a whisper.
That is a 16.
Okay.
Scary. I love hearing the typing.
It stresses me out.
It's like the one thing calming me right now with this. Like, well-built keyboard.
Okay, there you go. And you can tell this whole time he is watching all of you intently. He is scanning all of you to read all of you.
Huxley's just sweating. I don't know if Fire Genasi do sweat. But
You're
Huxley
sweating.
definitely.
You're fucking sweating here. Well,
Again, you're putting us a little bit on the spot.
Yes, because I don't have time to waste, and neither do you.
Would we be able to have a few minutes of your time
Sure.
to discuss, separate, alone?
Okay. Fire. You're gone. You're back in the reception room. It's very disorienting. You feel
Yeah.
thrown
God.
around.
God.
And you all hear in your heads,
I-
don't take too long.
He's
So this is a terrible idea, right?
absolutely. But he's not telling. From what I could tell, he's not lying. Perhaps omitting the full truth. But everything he's said so far seems correct.
It saves us time, right? We don't have to go on a wild goose chase, finding things. If he can just poof, we're there, right?
It would cut down our year.
And information, this is information we wouldn't get from books.
No.
It's a big but that also sounds like big consequences if this goes badly.
Huxley, your bag is heating up.
Oh God. I open my bag.
It's your book.
Take out my inhaler too, and my book. What's in it? I flip it.
You open it up, and Agatha's handwriting is scrolling across the page very rapidly. Why are you here? When did you get here? What are you? And then it gets the pen scratches, and you see a very elaborate kind of cursive. I didn't give you permission to speak here. Period.
I write back in the book. I would appreciate
When
it
you
if
put pen to
didn't
paper,
talk-
you hear in your head, finish your discussion with your friends first. Then we can talk about this if you like. But there's no whispers in my house.
Aren't we all so happy that we don't have Rick with us right now?
Oh man!
The
Oh,
only
God.
thing I've
Wildly-
been thinking this whole time.
Wildly different outcome.
Him agreed ages
Yeah.
ago when he wasn't going to make it for a full session that this would work. And then when he was going to make it, he let me know, he was like, oh, hey, I have to go early because somebody called out of work. I think it's probably still a good idea because he had listened to the episode because Rick would probably beat that guy's ass. So you should probably lock him up. And I was like, yeah, all right, we'll stick with the plan then.
Yeah, we would just TPK right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
End
God.
of. Great show, everybody.
Someone looking for a new Warlock patron? Seems like a
So,
really trustworthy guy.
Yeah, he got upset enough when I got myself a new cleric patron, so
I am going to be very straightforward. This is a terrible idea. Everything about this, I mean, on paper, it sounds excellent. I mean, only, we're going. Why not just take a little detour? Given what we know about our friend here, and dealing with devils in general. Awful. There are so many things that could go awry. I fully recognize this. I also recognize that, if we were to say yes, my wife would probably be incredibly upset, and there would be a long conversation about that, and she would, be immensely unhappy if we were to take a deal like this. I'm also leaning towards being willing to take the deal, but I do not think it's something, if possible, that all of us should necessarily be attached to, because that's binding to all of us, right? That's dangerous. That's bad. But maybe if he's willing to just let one of us put our name on that contract. That's enough, right? That's incentive to get it done.
Knowing what we know about him, I think we should at least try for some negotiation. Some sort of backing or assistance on this venture that he could lend us. That doesn't put our asses totally on the line. I'm willing to back you, Huxley, you know that. If this is what you think is the right choice to get where we need to go, I'm with you. But we need to be smart about it.
I don't know if it's the right choice, but it's a choice that I'm desperate enough to make, Mal, and that's the dangerous part of it.
When we consider the two patrons of this expedition that we will be making, who has been more upfront with us?
You're talking about this guy and Anzu, right?
Correct.
Frankly, I don't know either of them very well. I've just had more discussion with Anzu, but like you said, I feel like he has some truth in what he's saying, but is omitting bits and pieces. It could be that we're being puppeted either way. We have no way of knowing, really.
If only one of us needs to make this deal, we wouldn't want you upsetting your wife. And it certainly wouldn't provide too many negatives for me. Could start on my notes. He could answer some of my questions.
You will find yourself, if you tried to then start writing stuff about the lobby while you're here, you can't. You will try to write and the ink won't stick.
Yep, I figured. If we take this, we do need to bring negotiation to the table, like you said.
All right. Well, if we're entertaining this idea, what do we want to ensure on our end?
Likely, fail-safes. Insurance that whatever he's planning would not negatively affect our goals. Such as the reasons that we're there, the rescue mission. And if the Unmaker is fake, as he said, the knowledge of what else that could be.
We should also request additional weapons, information, things that will prepare us to heist, siege, not siege, we're not, there's not enough of us for that.
Infiltrate?
Infiltrate, yes, the fortress. The layout, we might be guarding it. Anything that will prepare us to undertake this.
And should we fail and get the ire of the 8th and 9th Archdevils, will he protect us? Or will he find a way to break the clause of that contract? Oh, Ruby, we can't hear you.
I was all I was like, woo! Like, I was just going. It had to be fast, so I just didn't check if I was muted. You feel, boom, fire, up, forward, then again, lurched back into your seats at the desk. I said that fast for my bad. I gotta check. And now the seats are a little bit further back because now he's standing in front of the desk again. And he just kind of... So, you've talked. You've wasted some of my time.
You've interrupted us.
Yes, because I don't have that much more time to waste. What can I give you to assure you of my honesty? I can't give too much information, as that is part of the value of my offer. I might, if you have questions, I might be able to answer some. If you have something you want to ask to prove my knowledge or interests. If you have assurances you need, please, let's work together on this.
If you wanted to work together,
Mm-hmm.
why don't you let Nimra write our contract?
Sure. You write what you want out of it. Write it all out, and I will write in what I'm offering, and you can read the fine print to the letter. I may be an archdevil. That does not mean I can break a pact. When it is time to sign, we will have witnesses from the ninth layer present. It is a requirement. Breaking the pact will do to me what it could do to you. That is how they work. It's a binding form of magic. No devil alive is powerful enough to break it. Not since the calamity, anyway.
Above the table, don't we know that devils are breaking pacts right now?
Maybe.
Oh, that is a thing that Anzu was telling us.
Devils are acting weird and breaking pacts.
Ah,
Oh man.
And the archdevil from the 9th level might try to ascend. That is what I have written down. Okay.
Who's
Just-
telling the truth?
God.
You can ask.
The guy who's a manipulator?
You can bring that stuff up. Ask him. Maybe he'll answer.
Now, pacts are not quite as binding as they used to be. We've heard stories, rumors, tales
Uh-huh.
of devils breaking pacts
Oh,
in
yes.
the
It's
ninth layer.
quite a problem. That doesn't mean that there are no consequences for doing so. You see, here, we are not demons. And he seems just disgusted at the word.
Wow.
We have rules. Just because they're breaking the pact does not mean there's no consequences. I have had several of my devils break their pacts. Their souls were rendered from existence. They don't
Then why
exist
did they do
anymore.
it?
Well, that's part of the question, isn't it? I suspect orders from on high. Now, of course, who could give my devils orders and supersede me? Well, the people who won't let me into their little playhouse. There's something rotten at our core here, and I'm not talking about our baseline evils. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. And I want to know what. And why. Devils don't break pacts willy-nilly. For most, the consequence is soul death. Devils are as afraid of death as any mortal. The only reason they would break it, as far as I know, is if someone way up high promised them they had a way out. But of the ones I know, that didn't prove to be the case. It was so disappointing. I thought better of my men. But, you know, they can't all be winners. They're devils after all.
Damn it, that feeds exactly into what we know.
Mm.
I hate this.
Uh-huh. Oh,
I hate this.
he obviously just wants to become the new leader, or the newest,
Yeah,
Like a
I
stage
think
of
that's-
coup or
100%.
something.
Absolutely.
But
But,
But
well, one,
that could be exactly what he wants us to think.
maybe they just all hate him because like he knows what's up.
Maybe they hate him because he's too real. He's too real.
they just hate
So what do
Girl
they say?
bosses winning.
My enemy is my friend. Isn't that the thing? Ah. I feel like there's no right answer here.
No.
Celiana is going to say, we know you have some information.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know you have what we want?
What do you want?
What happened to her?
To who? You see, his smile stretches real far. Unnaturally far. Well, I can't give you that one for free, darling. Come on now.
Will I find the answers in the hell?
Yes. You'll find the answers by signing on that paper. At least, as much of the answers I have. Which is to say, I have the what. I have a possibility on the where. I do not have the why. But I also want the why. So we can figure that one out together.
Or what about Agatha?
Oh, I know all about Agatha.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't. Nuh-uh.
The tips of just like the roots of Huxley's hair kind of just start to burn white. He's sitting there as calmly as he can, just like one hand on his tome and one hand on his inhaler.
He crosses his legs and he says, "She's very nervous right now. She thinks you're really here. And she wants to know why. But like I said, no whispering in my house." And again, I know the what. I believe I have a pretty valid possibility on the where, but I don't know the why. And I really, really want to know the why.
Nimra, I think you should start drafting that contract.
No need. And he just, and it unfurls down off the desk in between you. And he will hand it to Nimra. I know you're the reader. And give it to you to look over.
And Nimra will take the contract, and they'll push their glasses a little bit higher up on their nose bridge.
Now is the chance for the rest of you to ask me any other questions while this one reads. But you, no talking while you're reading. You have to focus. And
You
he
can
will.
tell
Your
Nimmer
lips
looks
disappear.
so uncomfortable.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but your lips disappear. Wait, yeah, okay, just making sure.
I think this is such a bad idea.
This is a terrible idea.
We're so fucked.
So then, yeah, Nimmer is obviously going to be reading the contract, trying to find any where he might have written any loopholes in.
Make an investigation check with advantage.
Okay, ow. Okay, sorry, cat just jumped off my lap, and I'm what's fuck my life, I guess. Okay. Wow, that was a not great with advantage. That's a 19.
Okay.
Considering
I
I
guess-
have a +8 to investigation, that was
Yeah,
not
rough.
great.
I'll walk through it. If you guys can think of anything else you want to ask, take the chance to think of it. So you read through the contract, and it lays out in no uncertain terms. It is very clear and very straight up. The price to be paid when you enter the 8th layer of hell, you are... Where is it? There we go. You are to enter a fortress called the Black Pit and find an item called the Yellow Ward. Destroy it or disable it, so long as its magic does not function, and your contract will be complete, with an addendum stipulating that a new offer will be made if it proves to be necessary to do the same to a Yellow Ward in the 9th layer, which he has not confirmed the existence of yet or not. Oh, the foundry closed. I was like, why did the music stop? Oh, okay. Give me a second. But the payment that he will give you is the specifics about the transportation. He can take you anywhere in Exandria, anywhere in the Feywild, anywhere in the Shadowfell, a certain number of times. Like in a day, he can take you there and back, or he can take you to 2 different places. And then he has to wait a day. So he can take you to the Feywild and back. He can take you from Iman to Westrun to somewhere in Wildmount in a day, then you have to wait again, basically. In Hell?
So,
Go ahead.
no mention of Sigil.
So there's not like a specific mention, like there's no specific mention of planes outside of it saying interplanar travel, example, Feywild, Shadowfell. So he can take you between planes.
Just not the 8th and 9th layers of hell
Yeah.
currently.
And then in the Hells specifically, there is a note that he doesn't hide. It's in clear print. He cannot travel to the 8th or 9th layer of hell. And he can take you between the layers of hell, but he has to get permission from their archdevils. You can ask him about that, but he didn't seem at all worried about that before. He seemed to mention it as if he could do it freely. That's the specifics of the transit. The limitation applies no matter what. It's essentially 2 uses of it per day. And the information, it is vague by necessity on what it is, but it basically goes over that he can prove his knowledge with information about yourselves. He has information on other devils, on history in the Hells, on Exandrian history, and the main use of this information as presented is in an effort to jointly discover why your loved ones and many, many others are being taken. And it mentions basically in vague terms that he has a working theory based on certain times, dates, and information he's recovered, based on specifically information from Exandrian history, with ties specifically back to the Calamity and to the founding. And essentially, it implies that this is some very high-level stuff, and that his interest in knowing it is effectively personal safety. That he stands to gain a way to keep himself safe from whatever the fuck is happening. And that there is a certain urgency because he believes, and again, it states clearly that he doesn't know for sure because the certainty lies beyond his reach in the 8th and 9th layers. But that he believes there is a time limit to when this stuff is happening. And again, that he has a theory as to what it is. But that's part of the offer he's making you, is telling you that theory. And answering questions to explain why he thinks his theory is right, why he thinks his information is right, etc., etc. It's essentially, he's as sure as he can be with the information he has access to, and that he's willing to give you all of the information he's certain about in an effort to achieve this goal together. And again, the price is very clear. You go to the Black Pit, disable or destroy the Yellow Ward. Contract is finished on your end, and he will stick with you as long as you are in the Hells, until your goal in the Hells is complete.
Did you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you say that both have to be destroyed? So, like, if it doesn't destroy the one in the 9th layer,
no,
we have to do that, or is it just the 8th?
No, he says the 8th needs to be destroyed, and then he doesn't know if there's one on the 9th layer or not, or if the 8th just blocks him from going all the way through. But he suspects there might be one that will then block him from the 9th, and he will make you a new offer to see if you're willing to get to the one on the 9th. But that's not involved with this current contract.
Great.
I love the phrasing of when their goals are done, because Nimra's would never be done.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
so.
Nimra just has a buddy forever.
That's the thing.
Nimra's not seeing downsides to this. Nimra's like, oh, I can.
You can ask. You can ask what that means.
They're going
because
to.
Your goal is not specific. Now, think on that for just a moment. I need to. For some reason, I can't sign into Foundry on my computer to start it, but I can still use it. So let me move to my other one, start it again. I'll be right back. Think on your questions if you have any more.
I think, just to get this out there, I think it'd be smart to get, if we are able to go into Sigil and get our own way out of the Hells just in case this does blow up.
Yeah.
So we just do that Sigil thing to get the book or whatever it is to get out. Just to have a backup plan in case.
Absolutely, for sure, we should not rely on this as our only option.
Definitely.
Okay, cool.
That is the smartest thing. Again, I know this is like a terrible idea. Like, dealing with devils is never a good thing. But like, I'm also inclined to believe that this guy, like, they just hate him because he knows what's up. Like, he just has dirt on everybody, and they collectively hate him for that. But
yeah, I am inclined to believe that we will get information we need if we do this.
Nimra's not seeing any
consequences of doing
this. They
just
think I'm too real. It's true.
Maybe he's just upset that they don't invite him to parties anymore.
Maybe.
You know?
Do I strike you as the jealous type?
Nobody likes him.
Yeah, he's a control freak, of course.
Guilty as charged.
If nobody else.
I do have a question for whenever we're back on.
Yeah.
That, I think.
Who has questions in general to ask in specific?
I don't right now.
Okay.
It might come to me.
That's fair. That's fair. I just want to know so I know who to call on and pass around.
Nimmer will once they're allowed to have a mouth again.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, Mal has a question.
You do too, Mal?
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, all right, we'll go Hux, then Mal, then I'll remouth Nimmer. Huxley, go ahead.
This is more of a hypothetical, but obviously something is going on. It impacts you potentially in some way, also us in some way, the fate of the world, perhaps, if we're being dramatic about it.
No, very.
Are you scared or anxious about what could potentially happen?
That's funny. No, I'm not.
So you're just curious then. You're not. This isn't a threat to you. It's just it's a bit of a gossip game.
No, it's a threat to me. It's a threat to everyone. Everything. There's no joke about that. I am as liable, I am as vulnerable to soul death as any other. But I don't fear it. I don't fear things in my control. Which is, why I want this done. I like it in my control. At the moment, I have time. But that time, well, let's just say, for an immortal being, it's not a lot of time.
Interesting. That's all from me.
Sarah's back up, by the way, so we can have our music again. I didn't click anything on it for too long, so it was like, you're done? Okay. And I'm like, no, get me back. I was listening. Anyway, sorry. Mal, do you have a question?
So, say we do this.
Mm-hmm.
We go down to the Black Pit and we make our bid for this item. Say we get caught or discovered. What happens to us then? Are you offering any material assistance?
There's the tricky part. My recommendation, because I'll be open, I can't get there to save you until it's destroyed. If you destroy it and then you're stuck there, you'll be fine. I'll get you. And as he says that, you'll notice that is added to the contract. Never. Specifically, it is like filled in. That if it is destroyed and then you are trapped in the Black Pit, he will get you out. But my recommendation for getting in is that you make friends on your way down. Start in the first layer. Traverse. I know the archivist has an interest in every layer. You want to learn, don't you? You're here to scribble in that little book of yours. So get scribbling.
If Nimmer could say yes. They are nodding their head along.
Use the time to make connections, make allies. I'll help where I can. If they want something you can't give them, maybe I can give it. I'll pay up. Well, whether they trust me is different. But I know plenty who have their own suspicions. And believe me, I think I'm fine. But the archdevil of the first layer? Of the second layer? Oh, they're terrified. And you can't even begin to imagine the ones who don't have the benefit of having Ark in their name. Many will be willing to work with you. You could raise an army by the time you're ready to enter the 8th layer. And then the Black Pit will be child's play. It's like I said, it's dangerous. For mortals especially. But I wouldn't even spit at the place myself. I just can't get there. I like that name personally. No whispering in my house.
Oh my god. Oh, so he has absolutely heard us call him a Nepo baby. Sweet.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely the fourth wall breaking is what does it for me.
I love how he didn't comment on it.
It's not the first time I've heard it. I mean, do you see a king in yellow anywhere?
I guess he's on vacation right now.
I have a question about the world in
About-
general.
That's a big ask. What's your question?
About
Lass?
life. No, this is above.
Okay,
Sorry.
sure.
No accent. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Above the fourth wall breaking.
So.
Wait, let me move
know-
from my shady one-eyed position to over here now.
Do we know? This might be something that like Nimra knows. Like what? What's the way to phrase this? Like, if we were to go into the hells, would people like be like, why are there mortals here? Or like, would they try to kill us because we're mortals? Or like would we need disguises in order to like safely walk through or travel through?
Does Elturel exist in this universe?
No. That's Faerun. It's not here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they take some stuff.
You can make either a history check, or you can ask Nimra when their mouth is open to if they know, and they can make the history check.
They have much higher intelligence than I do, so I'm just gonna do that.
Okay. Or you can ask Pastor.
Okay.
You don't have to laugh at that. He's answering questions. He's being nice.
I know, but I don't trust him, but I do.
Back to my shadowy corner.
Look, Taka implicitly trusts everyone in D&D until I'm given a reason not
That's
to.
my favorite.
Which is why I'm not the person to make this deal. You should not listen to me.
Just wait until he starts telling you the stuff he's offering to tell you.
I know.
TikTok. Session's
I'm
running out
also
of time.
nosy.
And we all know what Nimra wants.
Nimra's like, please, can we sign it? Please!
Nimra's gonna be so
Signing
fucking
it as we
annoying to this
speak.
man. They're like half on their way to propose.
I know, it was like Nimra's
Let's
kind
go.
of starstruck at this point.
Let's go. I'm all for
Can there
it.
be I don't know what a gender neutral like princess term I was like.
What's the
Partner in yellow?
The consort?
A consort in yellow?
There we go.
That's a question you can ask.
I'm not asking that question.
I haven't considered it. I don't often think about romance.
Nimra. Wow, we have so much in common.
There's a first time for everything. That just makes them in love with him even more. Like, oh man, he doesn't even do romance. This is great.
Yellow and blue.
Oh,
Real and it's a good color combo. Wow.
stop!
True.
Y'all are gonna make me consider this. I hadn't considered anything for Nimra, but this is objectively the funniest thing that I could have done.
Yeah.
Which makes me want to do it more as the player.
Again, I'm a bad influence. Don't listen to me.
As a player, I want to do whatever is funny and causes chaos.
It's true. That's a good option.
So that was Mal's question.
I have no further questions.
Are you gonna ask Cass for the question, Seal? Or are you gonna wait?
I mean, sure, I'll ask him, and then if we feel weird about it, Nimmer can explain.
What's your question?
How safe are we just traveling around the hells? Are you going to offer us protection and,
Yes.
travels, or?
My initial suggestion was going to be to play along with Onzu's game and collect his little items. Those will all be useful, and his little council's help will be useful. I can point you to some more. I can point you to some in the different layers that are useful that you could gather. In an emergency, I can present myself. You'll have protection. I can send some of my men to guide you. That might put more of a target on your back. But that's also an option if you need muscle. I want you safe because I want this job done. As soon as you're done reading...
No, because Nimmer probably had finished while he was doing the explanation. Nimmer's in the back raising their hand.
Yeah, so that he'll he'll notice and he'll give it back.
A few questions, if you'll oblige.
Of course.
1. Once it's destroyed, you said you'll stick with us the whole time, correct?
Until your goals in the hills are complete and you're ready to return home.
Perfect.
Your
That's
return your final return trip will be the final step of the contract, at which point I will no longer be obliged to service you. That last plane shift home. Which is how it's exactly worded in the contract, basically.
Yeah. If we run into any trouble with the archdevils of the 8th and 9th layer before we return, can we expect your support?
If I'm able. If I have access to the 8th layer and the 9th layer, I will be there. If not, I will find other means. I will do my best.
Would your transportation extend to us there?
If I am able. I am currently blocked from access there, and as the contract states, I don't exactly have free movement. It's effectively free movement in the lower layers because what, are they going to say no to me? I'm so far above their station, it behooves them to listen to me and to work with me. Above me, that's different. It might be difficult. I can try. But if we're already on hostile ground, then might be a fight. But I will be there to support you either way. With all I can.
I only want one other thing added. Let me take my notes. You're a wealth of information. And I'd like access to you. With some degree of regularity.
To me?
You're giving us information. I'm sure you have more. You've been amenable to us thus far, and I feel like we can have a good working partnership. So long as you let me be the sole signer of the contract.
Oh, that's not on the table. You all sign, or you all walk. This must be a mutual assurance. I cannot have any loose ends. The same goes for your friend in the container.
Oh, wow.
I will have a separate conversation with him.
Oh, wow. Oh, no.
Because
That's
I
gonna
know
go
his
well.
interests are not aligned with yours. Which, do you mind if I ask a question now?
To whom?
All of you, although it's most directed at his longest traveling companions. Are none of you worried about that necklace he wears? Do his allegiances not concern you?
Nimra's gonna lean over to Celiana. He wears jewelry? I've never noticed. Hey, their passive perception is an 11. Do you think they're noticing shit?
That's fair. It is a bit hard to miss. It's the only thing on his chest because he doesn't wear a shirt. But it's fair. It's true. It is great. It's true. I'll let it pass. It makes sense. And he leans in now, closer to Mal and to Hugs. After all you've been through, you know the Ruiner is the one who struck down the Apothian, yes? That man you worked so hard to save. He beseeches power from the one who killed him. And he seems happy about it. I wonder why you trust him so still. Or have you just not asked and hoped it was a better answer? The conversation with Udriel will be different. And lengthy, most likely. And he will take convincing. And I'll be upfront. I want this done. And I won't let the convincing of one man stop you if we're all willing and able. But I don't trust him. And if he doesn't sign this contract, or a contract I make for him, I will not work with him. I will work with you. But when it comes time to move you somewhere, he will stay behind. So, in effect, it's the same offer I'm making. Only one of you can sign, but then only one of you will get anywhere. And I suspect you will be splattered by infernal engines the moment you set foot in Avernus alone. Those boys do love going fast. And target practice is rare.
To that point,
Yes.
once we get further in our journeys,
Mm-hmm.
a transportation for those who have not signed and are not present, who are part of our group, or we will rescue.
Their
Will
safety
that
is
be-
assured. In the contract. The safety of every... as it is stated, the wording is... Let me try to get it exact. The safety of any loved one... Safety of any loved one... Because I'm trying to word this in a way that doesn't name anyone specifically for a specific reason. I'm also trying to reveal something to you with this, but I got to word it correctly to not reveal the wrong thing or reveal inaccurate information. The safety of any loved one. Yeah, well, is he willing to reveal that? Yes. The safety of any loved one imprisoned on the 8th or 9th layer at the time of their rescue, or at the time of signing or in the future is guaranteed. Does that convince you that I know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, this is gonna be
What if you just know? You're lying.
I can summon the witnesses if you need assurance outside of myself.
Celiana is not in the headspace to remember this, but I'm just gonna bring it up as a player.
Mm-hmm.
Melancholy.
Yeah.
If she joins us, where she fits in there. So...
I assume she would have a separate contract from how it was phrased with how he's having a separate contract with Rick.
Oh yeah, it would be incredibly easy to convince her. Don't worry.
Oh God.
Here's a pen, piece of paper. Sign this.
Oh, well,
Can I get your autograph?
Yeah.
you don't need to tell her that short. There's one very specific thing that she would do anything for. And I mean anything. And I can give that to her. So.
Ruby, you're having too much fun with this.
I'm waiting.
We've had our own conversations with Rick. I'm not concerned about his allegiances.
Good to know. That was just a curiosity of mine. Forgive me. So, are we signing? Or is this
I look
goodbye?
at Nimra. How does it look?
You may not want to hear this, but the contract is sound. It is well drafted, offers many protections. As clear as it can be without giving us the information that would void the contract's purpose. And every addition that we've asked for, he's added. He's willing to work with us. Now, if I can get a book like yours, Huxley, for a line of communication, that would be lovely. Good for keeping just with the party in general. That way you don't have to poof in front of us when you're busy. You can respond at your own discretion.
It's in the contract.
Oh, fuck yeah!
It specifies it only works between your party, like co-signees of this contract, and him.
Okay.
So Rick would need to ask for his own addition to that in his contract. So you'd need to mention it to him, maybe. Melancholy would need to ask for the same. But at the moment, as presented, signees of this contract and Haster, like you, each other and Haster, can communicate through the book he would give you.
Well, that answers my question about our communication methods, because I'm sure it would probably be trying on you in your time to have to constantly teleport to us. We're trying to be charitable of your time, you see.
It's greatly appreciated.
Nimmer looks to the rest of the party. I'm putting down my vote to sign.
I'll sign it.
I'll sign it.
I will too.
Excellent. And
He
it
sounds
furls
so
right up until where all the signatures are, and it flares.
Excuse me.
And he comes and he's not
No
listening
treat.
to you. He pulls the pen and he stops, and he with his other finger, there's a rotary phone on his desk, and he turns it around and he goes he dials like 10 numbers. And then he hooks it with his free finger, still with the pen in hand. Yes. Contract, 2 witnesses, 7th layer. Archdevil, 4 mortals. Yes. Well, now. I don't fucking dick me around like that. Can you... Yes. Yes. They can... Isn't that their job? Yes, they can read it over. Thank you. And then, in a massive blaze of light, just 2 more devils both of them pale white, in long, formal robes, extremely opulent. Big old horns, big old wings, big old tails, the whole lot. And eyes, pitch black voids. They come forward and they take the contract, and it unfurls in front of them, and you can see, just faintly, the eyes darting. Like, through the whole thing. And then it unfurls in front of you, and he brings his pen and he looks at them, and you see he's so annoyed. Are you watching? And they just stare at him silently. And he signs in massive, opulent cursive, the same kind you saw in your book earlier, Huxley. Hastur, Prince in Yellow, Archdevil of the 7th layer. And then presents it to each of you, and will turn his hand, and the feather quill he used will split, and then reform into feather quills in each of your hands. And they burn. To hold. Just enough to be uncomfortable. And to make you want to sign faster. And he holds it in front of you, and he looks at them and he is, are you watching? And you see, all of you see the same thing. Their eyes locked firm into your eyes. And then watching the pen as it moves as it approaches the signing spot. Do you sign?
Is Nimmer allowed to get out their ink?
No.
Oh, man.
Once you're holding it, you basically can't do anything except, like, if you release... You know intrinsically if you release the pen, it's off. At this point, you have to decide to sign or back out.
Well, we didn't ever think Nimmer would say no, so they're obviously going to sign.
I have a question for you. You don't have to give me a specific answer. It's basically a yes or no. And it's kind of a two-part question. Does Nimra have a last name, like a family name? Like, you don't have to know it now if you just never thought of it. But I just want to know, basically, in canon, do they have a last name?
No.
No. Interesting. Okay. All right. Tell me when you sign.
When? Or...
Yeah, just tell me I'm going to sign now, so I know when you're signing. I want to know the order that it was signed.
Nimra's signing first.
When you sign, do you sign Archivist Nimra or just Nimra?
Just Nimra.
You see the pen keeps moving on its own and fills out something that you can't read after Nimra.
Is he giving me a last name? He's giving me his?
Really? Let's get, he's made a move!
So bored of him. At least
I can text him every day.
At least
True.
ask me at first.
Do you want that in the contract?
I wouldn't say no.
We can consider others.
Seal will sign,
Okay.
as soon as she can.
And again, once you're signing, you can't really release it until you sign your name in full. Celiana Sharp. And then you can go.
Signing this contract does not null any part of the contract I already have.
Not
does
at
it?
all. And you see the
My
two
patron.
witnesses shake their heads.
Okay, that's all that matters to me then. And Huxley will sign his full name, Huxley Eugene Rose.
That's right.
Oh.
Huxley
He's
Eugene.
such a fucking Eugene middle name. Eugene is so him.
It's cute. Huxley E. Rose.
Amal, that leaves you.
Yeah, I will step up and sign.
And it will add Lady Mariella Vankram, your full title. And you kind of immediately get a sense that that title was never formally revoked from you. So effectively, it's still your title on paper. And he kind of leans in. We can deal with that if it's a discomfort. And he like looks over at the witnesses. It's technically on paper, so
It's fine. I can do it.
all right. And he steps, and as soon as you finish, it and then burns up, and he looks at them, and they kind of keep staring at all of you for a minute, and he goes, "You can leave now." And they look at him, and they're gone. And he turns around, and he makes his way back to the window at the back, and he's like kind of looking out of it, and he kind of lets out a sigh. Well, isn't this exciting? Now, to make things brief, first, yes, and he like conjures another contract that is very short and is basically for Nimra. You can fill in what you're willing to give him in exchange for dinners.
Companionship. A friend to speak to.
Oh no!
and he looks at it and he's like, make a persuasion check.
Man, I can't believe Nimra's diving into the sugar bowl.
Let's go!
I love this.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh man, this is gonna be.
I started dating my boss?
That was not on my bingo card.
What'd you get?
A natural 20.
Let's go!
My frog dice. The frog dice never lie.
Oh, good.
Yes!
Also, I have
Man, I gotta get me some cute animal
I have a
dice.
+1 to persuasion. And that's it. I was not expecting anything from this roll.
It
I've
turns
been kinda rolling
around
like shit today.
and he looks at it and he smiles in such a way that you fuck off. That's terrible.
Because it's not true.
And it doesn't take an insight roll to see that he finds it amusing. That was your genuine offer, and he signs it without hesitation.
That's cute.
Oh man, I want to be a fly on the wall when AJ watches this footage back.
Oh, he's gonna be so upset.
Oh,
He's gonna be so disappointed in us.
It'd be fucking hilarious.
Now,
Nimra is very smart, but they're not that wise.
wizards, man.
They've only got a
Yeah,
+1.
It's so funny. It's a fucking natural 20. It's the best thing I've ever seen.
I love this game.
Okay. Now, let's get to the fun part. What do you want answers on first? Should I lead with the first thing I enticed you with, or do you want the sweet gossip about your families?
I want to know about Agatha.
As far as I know, she's in the 9th layer. She's in a prison. It's not pleasant. I've done what I
That much I
can
know.
to learn about it. And her presence there is the same as your sister's, Miss Sharp. Although I've been unable to ascertain if your sister's on the 8th or the 9th layer yet. It's uncertain. She's on one or the other. There are prisons on both. Multiple. Agatha, though, she's in the big one. Now, that's there, I feel the most relevant piece of information should follow. This Unmaker business is nonsense. But poor Anzu is none the wiser, because it's working. I mean, be real with me. Unmaker? Come on. That sounds like a fifth grader's villain in an English project. Sorry, in a common project.
There you go. I was about to.
It's frankly embarrassing that it's worked this long. But mortals are superstitious, and we planted the seeds a long time ago. It is a ruse to keep the curious off their scent. There is no Unmaker. There is no prophesized soul due to unmake the world. No. But there is a very real possibility that the world be unmade. Exandria is old. The calamity isn't that old. Not for an immortal, anyway. I don't know exactly what their plan is. I have suspicions about a link between those they're collecting, but I can't confirm it. Not yet. That is part of what I need from the 8th and 9th layers. Confirmation of my suspicions. None in the lower layers have the evidence I need. There's hints. There's hints in the history books. In Exandria's history books. But I can't be certain. The one link I do know is that they're all Exandrian. All mortal. Or at least born on the mortal plane. Why they want a collection of mortal beings, I'm not sure. But again, I have suspicions, but I can't confirm it yet. But your Agatha, your sister, they both fit the bill of whatever that link is. I am fairly confident that it's one thing, because I haven't found a link between any of the people I've found they've absconded with. Nothing yet, anyway. I have a couple of working theories, one big one, but I don't know for sure. But I suspect I'll know for sure once I get to the 8th layer. But they're keeping them under lock and key. And the 8th layer is a temporary holding pen. They are meant to all be kept on the 9th layer. They're just building more prisons. Wrought of infernal iron and steel. Meant to do just enough to keep a mortal alive and in agony. I also know, unfortunately, Agatha is in great danger whenever she writes to you. I suggest you stop. They are going to find out sooner or later. And things will not be good for her if they do. She's close to finding out what they're doing. That can't be had by them. So either suggest she stop digging, or tell her to stop writing. Messages from the hills to other planes can be intercepted by the archdevils of their lair. So far, the magic in this little book has proven most resilient. But I suspect she's writing you less on purpose. Hopefully, she's already realized this herself. But You can't expect a wife not to respond to her husband if he calls. It's hard for her to resist. I suggest you both come to a mutual accord and limit your communications, at least for some time. It's all very fragile. This is an important project, one that's been building for centuries. They cannot risk its failure. And yes, they're gathering people. Agatha seems important to their plans. But from what I can tell, she's not too important to be disposed of. So tread carefully.
What is she here?
I'm not sure. I've been trying to look into her history more. There's a couple in that big one that I'm trying to look into more specifically. And I'm hitting walls. The Exandrian history books only go so far, family records only go so far, and many have been altered, Agatha's included. And unfortunately, I can't really be my full self and show up in full regalia and demand you puny mortals give me the answers. That'll get too much attention. There's a reason I'm hiring you to do this. I need plausible deniability. As confident as I am, they are still more powerful than me. So I must be cautious. Use what avenues I can. But the problem is I'm running out of time. There's still time. For you. But again, I mentioned it before, for a mortal, it's a lot. Not for me. Based on my calculations, you have about 10 years. Give or take. They're waiting for the next apogee solstice. These solstices are frequent occurrences in Exandrian history. An apogee solstice is an apex of them of sorts. A time in which the ley lines of magic across your world shift and change. And magic is unstable, and its power amplified, to put it lightly. Many people make many plans around solstices, and around one such as an apogee solstice especially. And I suspect that is the trigger they're waiting for. They're getting as many people as they can. And yes, 10 years is a long time for a mortal, but for us, there's a reason their efforts have ramped up recently. More of you are going missing. More often. The prisons are getting bigger. I have a suspicion as to what the link is. What they're pulling from. Based on things I've heard. Other plans and plots I've discovered. But I'm waiting on confirmation. Any more specific questions?
What do they get with the soul deaths of these devils?
Expedition.
Or are they just pawns to get people?
Yes. You, make a deal with this mortal to convince them to come here, go there, to give us this, to give us their soul. We need it faster, break it. It's really quite simple. Devils are all pawns to a devil above them. I am but a pawn to the archdevils above me. But that is because they underestimate me. As do all devils. We're all arrogant. All so sure of ourselves. And it costs us sometimes. It goes both ways. Every devil who breaks a pact does so for an offer of safety and of ascension to a higher form, or because they think they're so clever they can outsmart the rules. These haven't proven true. The gods may sit behind the divine gate, but the Lord of the Hells still lives. The rules still matter.
When you say they, we're referring to the archdevils of the 8th and 9th, or more?
In my case, yes. Although, like I said, many make plans around the apogee solstice. I suspect, if you're in Exandria on that day, you'll see many things get messy. But that's 10 years away. What do you have to worry about? It's practically a lifetime for you people. Now, like I said, I suggest you still work with Anzu. He has things to get you, and I can help you do what he wants faster. Also, I know someone in the Feywild who can produce armors for you, made to prove your survivability down here. So, even if you do nothing else, I recommend you go there.
Do you know anything about Anzu's group?
Oh, that council of his. They're well-meaning. At least they think they are. And, you know, by your standards. They sincerely mean what they say. They seek to keep Exandria safe from magical threats, extraplanar threats, the Betrayal gods. All of it. They do what they can, what's within their power, but they are, at the end of the day, mortals. And On's a bit of a loose cannon. He does things his own way a lot of the time, and that doesn't sit well with the others. He's been on the verge of being removed several times. But then they can't really, because he gets results. Typical corporate bullshit. My favorite.
This is a lot to process.
Oh, yes. Don't worry. You can wait and ask me questions later. The answers will always be on the table. Though, I suppose I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping you'd... I like it when it's a bit theatrical, but I suppose I could just say it. What I suspect to be the case. The link. I've been looking into it. Again, I have a couple of ideas. And I've been piecing it together. Getting what information I can. But if my primary suspicion, my most likely, proves to be true, well, it's something you all share. Which is cute. And Mal,
Love.
I suggest you get back to Felix as soon as you can.
It is love, isn't it?
Oh, for hell's sakes, are you joking? You are adorable. But really, call him. Check on him. He's on that list.
Why? What is the link exactly?
I'm not sure
Say
yet.
plainly.
Nimra, you'll recall that the contract states that he will give you information he is certain of. He doesn't have to give you it if he doesn't know for sure.
No speculation.
He doesn't have to reveal his speculations to you.
Yeah.
You said that you could give us information about ourselves.
Yes.
What kind of information about ourselves wouldn't we already know?
Oh no, you would know it. I said I could give it to you to prove that I know what I'm talking about.
Fair enough.
Your chance meeting was cute, by the way, you two. All those years ago. You saved her life. That was nice. I feel bad that your cat has such imprinted memories about what happened to Agatha, actually. It wasn't nice. And Mal, you really should return home sometime. Check on things. They miss you. Your father's been much better since you revealed yourself and had your talk. But he's still not great. The vices and all. At least he stopped going to Inaugural.
Right.
He sticks to the casinos at home now. And I'll give you this one for free. I don't have to, but I'm pretty sure I'll get him to sign. Rick should worry about Sean.
Gilmore.
He's on their list. God damn it. Sean Gilmore is going to kill Rick!
Oxley's gonna lead over to Nimra. He has a son named Sean as well.
I
Mind
didn't
you,
want to say
Nimra
the
is
name in
speaking
full,
to
it's-
themselves this whole time. Like, under their breath, like, Gilmore.
Anytime they say something like that, he can't help it. He laughs. He thinks it's so funny.
Nimra, unintentionally the funniest person in the party.
Real. All of your families are in danger if they haven't already been taken. There's a link between all of you. I suppose you should tell Melancholy that her sister's in danger. Just for free. Oh. Wait a minute. And he kind of pulls a book and like flips through it. Oh, they are twins. I guess that makes them both in danger. Okay. That's... almost forgot that part. Okay. I've had my fun.
So
Yes?
they're gathering these people because of us. Because we have a link and they do not? Why do they want our family? Why do they want to lure us? Are we walking into a trap?
This has been productive. So, I'll stop beating around the bush. At least on this. I could, and it's fun, and I will with other things, because I'm not sure. And note, I don't have to tell you this because I'm not certain, but I'm pretty certain. Their Ruid is born. All of them. Melancholy's sister, Joy, Rick's son, Felix, Agatha, every single person. All born under the red moon's flare. And that's where we'll end the session for tonight.
I love how none of Nimra's family got mentioned.
Wait.
Oh,
No.
It's that I keep forgetting about your damn family.
yeah, that's fair.
Man, I was so slick. I was so proud of that. We're done. Making me back up.
Just cut it in.
Put it in post.
Yeah, just really awkward. Ham-fisted cut right in the middle. And I don't know which one they'll go for first, but you probably want to talk to your sister about her child. I know it technically doesn't count, but they know these things. And if not, you should really go talk to your parents.
Nimmer makes a face. Grimaces.
And now we're done. You're welcome.
Yay.
Yay! Very productive session today.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, Ruby.
I'm sweating like I just ran a mile.
You're welcome.
Ruby, holy shit.
I don't think I could have predicted any way this session went today.
No.
No, not at all.
That's the idea.
That is
I
not-
knew we would talk to Mr. Tall, Slick, and Smiley, but
Yeah.
Did you like him? I like him.
I love him.
Kind of love
I'm terrified of him, but he's great.
I can't wait to watch his and Nimra's relationship blossom.
So true. So true.
What? I was rolling so fucking terrible today, and I thought for sure I was gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's a
I
6 on the
cannot
person."
believe that was a 20. That was the best thing I've ever seen.
I'm actually
So
more
good.
stressed. Not gonna lie, that was a throwaway joke. I'm like, "Fuck, okay, I guess we're gonna establish this
That's
now."
what you get, making fucking throwaway jokes. Now you gotta commit.
All right, the consort of the Yellow Prince.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, an in's an in. Listen.
We who are known as concubines, history will know us as wives.
God damn it!
Oh man. Oh my
I
god.
can't wait for next week.
That all sure happened.
Whew.
I'm sure things will be super normal now.
Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Oh my god, I'm like, now I'm so worried about Felix.
I cannot wait to see what happens when AJ hears this.
Yeah,
I'm so worried. I'm worried
kind
that
of-
Rick's is gonna say no, and then we're gonna lose
I-
Rick.
I'm gonna render it out.
Honestly-
I'm gonna render it out for him like immediately and just send it to him. I'm curious what he's gonna say.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely concerned about that. But also, I kind of want him to, like, live blog it at us.
Me too. I hope he does.
Oh, man. What if Rick doesn't sign? Because I don't think he's going to.
I don't know. Yeah.
Remember how difficult it was to sign
I
first
know
contract?
Rick and I know AJ. I don't think he's gonna sign.
He's
I
not
think
gonna
he's
tell.
refuse.
He's not gonna take him anywhere. Then you still have Anzu as a means to get around,
Yeah.
and that doesn't block you from the information, but that you won't be able to get around. And when you're in hell, he will not protect Rick at all. And
I
any deals he
imagine-
makes
Yeah.
for you, any help he gives you, will deliberately carve him out of it.
And imagine how much this is going to speed up the adventure as well.
Yeah.
We have time to do things now. We have time
That's
to do
what you
bullshit
fucking think.
podcasts.
Oh yeah, no. Look, what if we just went to Hupperduke and asked Huxley's cat what happened?
Just gotta speak with animals.
Because
Quick,
apparently
speaking of animals.
Paula has some deep-seated trauma about his mom getting kidnapped and his dad abandoning him.
Oh no,
baby.
We got a lot of places to go. We got
That's
a lot
not
of
the
family to visit.
Huxley already felt bad. Now he feels